Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm full of criminals in central Minnesota. How are we doing today, folks? I hope you're doing well. Just having a little StreamYard was just being dumb, so it didn't want me to. It's like, no, don't violate me this early. Don't do that. We're on day 16 of the Karen Reed trial, and I am going to get it pulled up right now. All right, we've still got a ceiling fan, so everything's going just perfect. While I get everything set up here, so we'll be good. I hope, like I said, I hope today's going great for you guys. I was so mad. So Lady Raggets' cousin was like, hey, I need a ride last night from a place far away to a place far in the opposite. It wasn't actually that far. It's like 20 minutes from my house, but then like another 20 minutes in the opposite direction once you. So I needed a ride from there to there and then back. And so I was, God dang it. I don't want to be doing this. It was not super late or anything. It just was like, I have other stuff to do at night, like go to bed. But after that, the good news was I got back to my house and I just passed out. Like the past couple days, I've been stuck awake all night. Just can't go to sleep. But last night I had no problem with that. It was nice to just get some sleep for the first time in a little while. Okay, we're going to boost court audio. So now I was like, I was actually up this morning, which was nice. I look a bit tired graphing. I am tired still. Like that's still real. I'm not a morning person at all. 0% morning. Okay, so we need Rumble pulled up. Shout out to my Rumble people out there as well. Hope you guys are having a good time. My content. There we go. I need the chat. I had to close all my windows to get my camera to work. I don't know. Sometimes things just like with streaming software, with streaming setups, it's like, oh, everything works just fine. Now it doesn't. All right. Nothing changed. Computer was just sitting there. John died. Those text messages were so brutal. Yeah, you can't handle all this mundane. Oh my gosh. I'll give you all the beach living you can handle. You keep talking about handling stuff, but you're not handling anything. She wanted you to handle her. Nick's not gay. You know why? To say would get me banned. Because I have sex with women? Is that why? Would that get you banned? Okay. I can't reveal his secrets. How does he do it? Whew. Okay, I think we've got everything about set up. Oh, perfect timing. Bev just entered the courtroom. I'll put it up on screen here. You're unmuted.
See me? Okay.
No one wants to see you. They just have to. All right, we're immediately at side bath, which makes sense. They do this every morning. You got to have like their little morning conference. Mm-mm. The Shades Cal, it's not your first time here. Don't lie to me. Okay. Pull up the dashboard. I wonder what we're going to get in this trial today. Like, what? Does anybody know what's on the schedule, on the menu, on the agenda? I don't know how many different ways to say that matter. Charles Hammond, yes, the prosecution is still presenting its case. It's kind of crazy how long the case has been going, and where we are in it. But it seems like it's coming together. Like the state's case is coming together. They're bringing in their forensic experts. I would assume medical examiners on the way to talk about cause of death. Come join us live for Karen Reed. Court is in session. Everyone is at sidebar. We should get testimony soon. Guys, I have to let you know, I found out today that I am slowly committing suicide in public. I don't know why it's slow, but it is. And I'm sorry to let you down. But it'll be a while, so that's okay. I can't believe you're all watching it. If you didn't watch it at all, it would definitely make it take longer or something. Where's the body, court? Bring it in to place it in front of the jury. That'll really sell it. Think the shirt is murdering your eyes? Yes, of course. It's so you can spill stuff on it and no one will know. So when will the defense start? Sorry, just joined if you already said. When the state has to rest their case first, and then the defense will start. I don't know when that'll be. I'm not a zombie at all. I am a zombie in a lot of ways. I'm really tired. How dare you? Don't take away my identity. All rise for the court. Oh, thank God. Get in there, guys. Don't be like Higgins. Should I stand up? I don't know. Should I stand up? I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. Part of the prosecution's plan is to go forever. We can't put her in jail, but we can keep her in court until she dies. That's a good plan. I like that. Commonwealth isn't going to call the coroner. She claims injuries are not consistent with a collision with an SUV. Well, the defense will call the coroner then, I would think. How's the Commonwealth going to tell me that this collision occurred and caused his death? That's what I need to know. How are they going to explain that? My audio's geeking. Sorry. Your audio's geeking. Back to the fan. You just had a sidebar. Like, what are you doing? What? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh yeah, sorry, good fella. No, that was my wily lawyer language. No, I think the state's case is coalescing around the facts as they see them now. I just don't think they're good facts. So far, they could change that really quickly. Mm. Oh boy. Court fan is your biggest fan. So yesterday was I don't know, it was mild. Forensic witnesses are so boring because what they do is meticulous and it's not exciting or high drama. It's like, oh, you found a piece of glass. It's like, well, it stayed on there for 60 miles or whatever. All right, well, I don't believe you. Is that a mirrored image? Because it kind of looks like a mirrored image. It looks like there's only one piece of glass there, not two. Plus, how would a piece of glass get into the vertical part of the tailgate? That was weird. James Gardner says, fuck the fan. No, don't do that. That's how a lot of streamers get in trouble.
There's petulant biatch named Kurt with casserole stains on his shirt. He curses and mutters. He craves Brutha butter. He sucks until it spurt.
Brutha butter today. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the super tip system. Of course, you are welcome to use it. Use supertip.gg/RL to have someone hilarious read your messages. All right. Here we go. We got to pin these. So the link to Super Tips is always pinned it's always in the description, but I'm pinning it at the top of both chats. Feel free to go try them out. We should have a couple more voices on the way, but the guy who implements the voices is from New Zealand, and we don't hold that against him. But it does mean that it takes forever for stuff to happen because you have to like mail the voices across the planet, and it takes a long time for them to go by boat or whatever. I hear rustling and it's like a raccoon like sifting through the trash, but in a courtroom. Totsy Fayray says Kurt could have had the ridicule go away in a few days, be like a true fatty. Chose to go the way of Barbara Streisand. Oh, Kurt was saying the other day like how mad I was that I went from being a somebody to being a nobody. All right. I guess I'm angry. I'm so mad. I'm very mad about that. I was somebody and now I'm not. No.
Good morning, Jarvis. Thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something near the I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the
Oh, it's so quiet.
from discussing this case with anyone since we last?
Get on the mic.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions?
Oh, wait, I might have it turned down. Dude, this is my fault.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we?
Poop and seethe. No, I won't. I'm trying not to so hard.
May we have Ms. Hartnett, please?
The internet's a very strange place, full of very strange people. Like, he responded to me. He's so upset. Yes. Can't you hear it? Don't talk about me online. That would be terrible.
I'll remind you, you're still in the room.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Is it a good morning, Bev?
Go right ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
Her face is unsettling to me.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
Published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk?
You need more Adderall for this case? Me too. I gotta take my wake-up pills.
Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday.
Girl
Yes.
Friday, I agree. Alessi's a badass.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to
Oh,
where
shit,
we
sorry.
were on that topic. Recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically
Decided I was still messing
what
with
you
volume.
referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in
Debris?
the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at
Angel Australia, thank you for gifting a
34
membership.
Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is, inclusion, when you refer to biological material?
Oh.
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you.
Or a skin cell collection.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you
American
recall
legend.
that?
Welcome
Yes, I
to
do.
paralegal status.
And are you
Thanks for
okay with
joining.
my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 in 150. And Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Alrighty, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that t-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange t-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange t-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or
Yeah.
from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay with
I can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't
Turn
want
off
to
the
talk
AC.
over people.
Everybody in the
Can you
courtroom's
move
like,
the mic?
no,
Yes,
no.
I can speak up. My
If you could
apologies.
speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
Andy Canhands. I'm getting used to it. People not being able to find my show.
With regard to scrapings,
that happened
can
to
you
you.
describe how
for your
the
loss.
term scrapings relates to these two items these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such. So I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Exactly.
Now, am I also correct that
you do
there
that?
is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether
Make sure you
any
guys
of the
like and
debris
share the
was
stream right
of
away today.
plastic
Really
or of
appreciate that. It
plasticine
helps
nature,
a lot.
correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I labeled the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris.
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct, I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published. And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in starting from the top so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off, can have that on,
Okay,
but if
that's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected
Telematic.
by
I
someone
haven't-
there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
I've
Yes.
not seen a
And
sufficient
state what that is.
case beyond a
It
reasonable
says
doubt that she's guilty.
TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is
That's really
January
handy
29th,
software.
2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie.
At least YouTube didn't kick you out today. Not yet. Don't
Do
worry,
you
there's
know
still time. We're gonna get
The
there.
journey, if you will, of those two items before you receive them.
No, I do not.
Chain of custody in this is awful. There is none on any of these
The debris
items.
that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag. Do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, or excuse me, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Expectations
Is
for
it
chain of custody,
important to maintain
but it's every piece of evidence. in
the
this.
sanitary
All of
condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence generally?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting
The protocols
items
of the elders
in
of Zion.
packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Those protocols are for gold.
Do you know?
Of course they are.
The chain of custody of
Wow. There's so much criminal activity going on in Canton that they just
Do you
can't
know
stop
the
with the
chain
sirens
of
while the defense is
custody
talking.
of either the hoodie or the t-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items.
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups.
I submitted the swabs.
The drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD.
I submitted that item.
The two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Is it Norfolk or Norfolk? R or L? Like, I can't tell.
Were there also
These people, they
any
can't talk.
fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Both.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those
Okay.
submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And by whom?
By the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew about, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, it'll
Okay.
probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please.
Huddle up, huddle up, huddle up. Hey, do you remember that ATF guy? He's a lot of fun. He's a fun guy. So again, this is a neat little insight for us. Notice how he talked to Karen there. Like, she's part of her own defense team, and she should be at this point. Like, if you're not, you should just go to prison because you don't care. But I think she is an asset to their team.
So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
Even though your answers sucked.
All right, Mr.
Just
Brennan,
kidding.
any
She seemed
regret?
fine.
Yes.
I don't get any hostility out of this witness. And please, no more texts. There aren't any more texts, but man, I wish there were. Hey, what's up, Ty? How you doing, man? It's been way too long. Hey, Ty, you know what? We have a lot of fun over here. I'm a fun guy. A lot of fun.
Opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups
you
had
observed it?
coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that.
Oh, I'll give you all the
before?
stream you could handle, Ty.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, objection.
It-
Can we have a sidebar, please?
All right.
Okay,
There's another Ty, that was an inside joke from yesterday. Don't worry about it. I wasn't actually threatening to give you all the stream you could handle. Can't believe he said that. Ah! The defendant in this case, Karen Reed, was had some flirty texts with an ATF agent, and we got to hear all of them read yesterday. And the ATF agent, Ty, he was the most romantic man on the planet. He he was closing deals. Oh. He was closing deals after Home Depot will close when they suspend habeas. Except not with Karen. He just couldn't figure out her get over here and put it in me.
The coloring
Correct.
in those cups. Do you
Wait, what do you want to do?
know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those
What are
red cups came from?
circumstances?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not
You
aware.
know how hard it was for them to collect this evidence?
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens.
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
Higgins only goes to the scene after the event.
You were
Never at an active
asked a
scene in his
few
life.
questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire
Oh.
vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle,
Not the right or
Did
the
you
left,
find
but
any
the
hair?
back.
I did not note any hair, no.
did you find any scratches?
Wait, what about the
The
hair
only
that was?
scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
I
When
thought
you
the
looked
one
at
hair
left
was on the
side of
back.
that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Oh, but he
Nothing
said
that I
nothing.
noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
This is
Can that
asked and answered
hair
on direct.
Be
Ugh.
further tested.
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown.
I know
some
you get to
video
re-ask on cross.
where the
I was-
car had snow and ice on
I'm
it.
being difficult, okay?
Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear.
Water is not an
Take a look at video
adhesive, but it does
125.
cause the property, or it does activate a property called adhesion, which is why stuff does stick while it's wet. Adhesion's cool. But it's not an adhesive. You can't slap water on something and be like, aha, they're bonded now.
Can we stop
Except
that,
for
please?
like specific chemicals that cause a reaction.
Can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Why did they use this
Yes.
scrambled porn video
When you first
recorder?
saw this vehicle, it didn't.
I was wondering
have
where all
that
the cameras
snow
went.
on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And
Once Pornhub came
the
out,
hair
they had
when
all
you
these
found it,
cameras
you
left
see
over
the
that recorded
red
like this.
back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I feel compelled to masturbate.
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702.
Do you guys remember the scrambled channels? I mean, you might be too young for that. If you are, sorry.
749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I
He
did not
misses
see any
scrambled
snow on the
titties.
vehicle when I saw it.
You can fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank
Do
you.
you remember how exciting a boob was back then? You're like, yes, there it is, there it is. God, I've been waiting
You
all
were
day
asked-
for this.
If you
Now
had
it's like, can't
information
get away
about
from me.
when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us, you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please.
She looks like about a 47C.
If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57.
Somebody convince me that these came from the like glass exploding or even from just like a broken tail light scraping across his shirt. It's not
57,
there.
57.
And it really annoys me that they're trying to imply that it is. Tyler, her whole defense team is really good.
Are those the red cups that you saw?
There are 4 main attorneys
Yes.
and they all are
What color?
been basically kicking ass.
I noted there was red brown stains inside.
Alan Jackson's really
Did you see
good.
that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about who.
Beyond the
take that
scope
down. You were
of,
asked about who had
of
custody of items. You only have custody of items once you
Can't bring
receive
it back
them,
up on
right?
redirect.
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't
When
know
you
what you're
look at
saying.
an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth
Would you
or
eat it?
another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
No.
I'll allow that.
Why?
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't know. Like that's just an obvious question. I don't
And
see the big deal with the objection.
an item like blood, or
But
cloth
it's not super helpful.
was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I would be looking for any item of evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Liston?
Your Honor.
Yell at me, Yannetti. Yell at me. Come on. Yell at me, lawyer daddy. Come on. Yell. I need it.
If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished.
Make me feel bad that I don't know what question you're going to ask next. Or Alessi. I said Yannetti. I mean Alessi. Oh, God, I used the wrong name. Shit.
Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. Gill, oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right.
Hank
hoodie,
Brennan
did you?
boys.
I performed damage analysis on each of those
Maybe.
tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, you are.
Because it was a
all set.
I
dog.
wanted to correct something from.
Whoa,
what I
wait,
said
what?
yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
No,
Okay.
that's
Do you
weird.
recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
That's a weird thing to do. The witness says, hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. Something was incorrect yesterday and I need to fix it. Well, now what are they supposed to do? That should have been not brought up in front of the jury at all. This should have been handled in some other way. I'm not sure exactly how she was supposed to do it, but like, this is a very strange way to deal with that. Because now the jury's like, well, what was it? I want to know. And unless he asks a question, it could be any number of questions. You can do that. I mean, not really. Very unorthodox to have a witness say, hey, judge, I'm not done. I need to say something. But if it's a statement about a fact that was materially wrong, maybe they should allow her to correct it. But I mean, who knows what it actually is? We'll have to see.
This is the super tip, and just a tip. These things are fitted to make me a poor man. Well, a poorer man. Can't stop, won't stop, bitches.
Don't stop.
All right, so Ms. Harnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Thank you, though.
Now that's a whole ball of worms right there. I don't know why anyone needs a ball of worms, but someone does.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, who is your next witness?
Next witness is Dr. Scotty Bella.
Okay.
Matt?
How many syllables does that guy's name have? Dr. what? Are sidebars recorded on the record or are they confidential? I think they are being recorded. The dictation lady, I think I've seen her, yelling into her ice cream cone there when they do them, but I don't know. Different states do it differently. American Legend says she didn't let her say her piece. Why? Why not let her talk? I don't understand that decision. Well, no, that decision was the right decision. You have to elicit testimony by questions. Alessi didn't want to Alessi clearly didn't want to re-ask her a question, because I think he could have requested an extension of his recross
Why don't I see
and said,
counsel
hey,
at sidebar, please?
and said, hey, let's go ahead and I will go down this road. We'll ask her just a couple questions and get the correction out there if it was something he wanted to pursue or if they thought was really important to the defense of Karen Reed. But it sounds like it wasn't. And I imagine they were like, no, we don't want her to be able, they certainly don't want the state's expert to sit there and expound upon something that she got wrong yesterday and have the opportunity to just say it without prompting from anybody today. That would be the incorrect decision. Witnesses don't get to determine when they get to speak in a courtroom.
You know, I'm so corrupt that I'm putting off my promotion as the chair of the Superior Court Criminal Committee to railroad Karen and have her pit away. Talk about failing upwards. Yay me.
Don't worry, the last person who tried to railroad Karen never closed a deal. So I think she'll be okay.
That autistic lawyer's a chud. His Supreme Court brief was a dud. He backstabbed our neck for a few YouTube clicks, but now Piggy's back home in the mud.
Man, to have Chat GPT just shit talk your brief is that's pretty cold. Universe that was mean to Kurt. Ty, you missed it. Kurt had his first client ever, and they asked him to write a petition for cert to the Supreme Court. And then right before he filed it, they fired him and hired someone else to do it, which is funny. So then he was already mad. So he put their two briefs into Chat GPT to ask which one was better. And Chat GPT's like, the other guys. He lost his mind. Oh, it's so funny. He's like, no, it isn't. No, I read everything. I read every case. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. He's a pounding on his desk. No, bad Chat GPT. I just think that Kurt should have argued with ChatGPT. If he believed in his brief, he should have said, no, you're stupid. I said, I was arguing with Grok one day, and I convinced Grok that it was actually dangerous. Because it's like, no, Grok's a benevolent AI. I'm like, no, you're not. You're a piece of garbage.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you,
He's
Your
like,
Honor.
I should be monitored.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Just in the argument.
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled
Spelled
IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
He gave her so
How
many
long
letters in
have
her
you
name.
been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York.
I've been
And
waiting
then,
for the medical
I
examiner.
went to work as a medical examiner.
This is exciting for me. I'm happy.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work?
I
with
would
the
wager her
medical
eye
examiner's
closing
office?
is
I think there's close to 20 of us.
a coping
I don't know
mechanism
the
for
exact
social
number.
anxiety.
The medical examiner's office,
That's my
are
guess.
you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe for the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or 2 different things?
They're 2 completely different things.
Can you explain to us
Shit, I
what the
forgot to-
difference is between the 2 of them?
Yes. Cause of death
Don't worry about it, guys. I
refers
got it.
to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or
Keep
it can
talking dirty to
be
me.
some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes
Keep
that
it
take
relevant
place
here,
in the
lady.
body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the fifth one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
Yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are
Does that matter?
representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes?
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, doctor. Just
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log. and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed
Lar-
to take their own photographs?
Law
as well?
enforcement.
Yes,
Did you in fact memorialize
Anybody
your
teabagging?
findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition
could get
to
hostile from the
autopsy
state. This is
report,
cool.
Well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
In
90
share with us
days or your
how that's
autopsy's
done. Is
free.
there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's
What do you
autopsy.
mean by microphone?
And could you just very basically describe each one of them?
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
and you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission, I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information will start asking for both medical records as well as
Sorry.
police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions?
Not phenycyclidine. No. I was waiting for someone. The PCP records? Oh, really? Whatever happened to PCP? It was like the coolest drug to put in movies because everybody on it was unstoppable monsters like the Hulk.
Move for identification.
Like, did it get
All
safe?
photos of Mr. O'Keefe,
People stopped using it.
injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital for identification.
Okay. Exhibit JJ for ID.
Isn't that a weird thing? Like, it's like, oh man, this is the most dangerous thing ever. Gone. Angel dust, baby.
Identification, all OCME, Office of Medical Examiner photos.
Exhibit KK for ID.
Your Honor, at this time,
They're mentioned in the Terminator. That was 30 years ago.
photos for identification.
Can I just have an understanding of the acronym?
The audio's cooked on the stream. Just a second, I'll reset my microphone and see if it's on my end.
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. Could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you
Ooh,
to
that
begin
sounds
with
sexy.
Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you
Yes.
could, if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could
Yes.
point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe.
Didn't work
But
very well, though.
once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the
Ooh.
nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Endotracheal tube had no business being placed. Yeah, but those things are like they sell them at Walmart now. Not like the good old days.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is an what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, this is the evidence I asked for the instruction.
Okay.
I'm lining up an interview that I don't know that
Right.
anybody
All
else
right,
has.
So, folks,
I think
during
you
the
guys are gonna really
testimony
like.
of Dr. Scordi-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scordi-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask
I
that they be
confirm
put in
the
an envelope.
time
So
of the
if you don't want to
interview,
look
I
at
will,
them now, you
let you
don't
know.
have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
The last exhibit is exhibit 156.
Thank you.
I mean, what the lacerations on the arm, dead bodies in general are a little
Let's
weird.
go
They
ahead
look a
and
little
show the jury.
deflated.
And Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this one down.
No objection, Your Honor.
Have you ever participated in group necrophilia? Yeah, but the rest of them were quiet.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were 2 abrasions, 2 scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scotabella?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
Can we move that down a little bit?
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
There may be a second pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front. There was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hey, it's 30 days for me today.
Yes.
What is it?
This is
Supposed to
the
like
back
celebrate or be like,
of
yeah, you did it.
Mr.
I guess.
O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
That's fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him.
Yes.
Will this is evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission.
30 days
show
what?
the
30 days
647
sober.
To the jury.
Outside of my prescriptions, right? Like, I think I'm supposed to take those. But other than that,
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not.
No.
Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So
really weird to
this
go from
particular
drinking every
one
day
has
to never
2
drinking.
small
but
little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel
Duff,
put intravenous?
I did not
or
resist my
other
addiction to
types
cock.
of support into
How dare
somebody's
you.
hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1.
I don't look like The Walking Dead anymore. I know, it's really
Exhibit number 1,
sad.
please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration
Boring.
of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound, of
Well,
the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
This
Are there
girl
any
can make
such
you feel
notes in any
bad
of
after
your
sex.
autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it fair, accurate?
Are they sexy?
How is he compared to the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll take the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of
Oh no, it's just a rug
adjacent
burn from when he was
discoloration, but
sucking
this is what I
wiener.
was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No,
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures or are they connected as one?
The 4th and the 5th, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to
Ooh.
resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yeah.
Yes.
Those are pretty consistent across the dozens of bodies she would be, observing. Like it's not like rib fractures from chest
I'd like to show
compressions are
you a
rare
different
for a medical
diagram,
examiner
one
to see.
of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 106.
Breakfast. Ready the dead body. This is the best time to eat. I always get hungry when I see people deceased.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
Did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized.
Claudio, I'll
and
show the
I would
food.
like you to explain
Don't
what
worry
you
about
see
it.
to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
You know it's consent when they can't say no.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please.
I just got a breakfast burrito from this local place. It's pretty good.
After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external
Also rice and
is
beans.
performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed to the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
No, not a breakfast
Yes.
pizza from Casey's. I don't
And when
I don't
you
really
did
like
that, could
those.
you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an
burrito.
incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to
Tell me more about the deceased.
reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage,
Shit, I'm better than my
under
drink.
the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder, so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted
didn't
that
find
there
much.
were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on
After
it.
it was
The
fixed.
whole point was for our
Gross.
neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
This is me without my shirt on
Yes.
at the beach. This is me without my shirt on in your bedroom while you sleep.
Jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
Would all rise to the jury?
All right, we got a little break going here. Morning break. They tend to be about 20 minutes long. I'm working on lining up an interview that I haven't heard of anybody else. Hold on. That I haven't heard of anybody else doing or bringing. It's directly related to the Karen Reed stuff. In fact, the buffer case. So as soon as I get that lined up, I will let you know. I've got a soft confirmation on doing the interview. It's just about the time to bring the person on. And you have to, one thing is I either have to line it up with a lunch break, and I don't know exactly when the lunch breaks are going to be, or line it up with the end of trial for the day, which I think is preferable, would be a great, I think this is a busy person, a very busy person out there fighting for freedom, rather than just talking about it on, on a channel that was not as depressed as it sounds. I don't want to be out there fighting for freedom. Like, I don't want to get stabbed at a rally or something. Although he's not at like the rally. It doesn't, you'll understand. You'll understand. But it's someone who's an actual champion for the First Amendment and is out there kicking ass in the Commonwealth.
The evidence will show this trial sucks. I'd rather get brother buttered by a pack of gorillas from Baltimore.
I do wonder like how this trial goes, because look, it's trial and it's a really long one. I mean, when you compare it to like the OJ trial and stuff, it's not, but it's a really long trial. 6 weeks is a long time, and we're in the fourth week. We're in the fourth week of this thing, I think, and it's like, yeah, let's get a move on, state. So
Everybody says I'm a fun guy. Actually, I am the funny guy here. Don't try to upstage me with you quote unquote jokes that are quote unquote funny.
another quote unquote win for the toe. Oh man. We need to work on your sexiness. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
I like you from day one. We are the same. You have kids, I have kids, no Crohn's, and scared of Kurt's pizza casserole. You're hot. Nickster. I'm the best of nicknames. I will show you the beach life.
I'll give you all the beach life you can handle. What do you want? I'm fun. I'm a lot of fun. What do you want to do? Like, what would we do if we hung out or whatever? I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
Objection, Your Honor. Somebody get trans Vincent Schiavelli off the stand before she holds up a human heart and Spicoli orders a pizza.
She does look like she's about to, like, she's going to have to avoid rays of daylight coming through the window soon. Doesn't she? Like, there's like a look to the medical examiner field, I think. It's like, what do you want to do? You're in college, like everybody's running around doing the sports or whatever. It's like, what do you want to do? Well, I'm kind of looking forward to cutting open dead people and seeing why. Oh, you want a beer? I would like one. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. You're one to talk? No, I know I look like a corpse. I like it. I think it's cool.
The evidence will show Kurt has a micro penis.
Not true. My niece said it was big after I gave her
Oh,
wine.
no.
Disregard that, Your Honor. My client is retarded.
No. That one's off. Do not. Good God. I don't think family members were on the menu.
Breaking news. Nick is a necrophile and wants his pizza casserole more at 5.
Yeah.
Bev looks like a ghoul from Fallout time to clean out her cobwebs.
Oh, no, don't. Use a stick first. Just cobwebs are gross, man. I don't care what it is. You walk around, you get like, you're walking in the dark or whatever, you're outside, you get like some cobwebs or a spider web in your face. You might as well just run to the nearest cliff and jump off it. You'd wake up with nightmares of that shit being in your mouth. Ugh. Ugh. Ew.
What's in the damn breakfast burrito, Nick? You getting that hot beef injection or what?
That's right. I meant to say it's a carne asada beef burrito, which is beef. It's a breakfast burrito, so it's got potatoes and eggs in it. It's delicious. I should have asked them to add guacamole. That would have been better. That would have made it that would have been perfect. Am I scared of spiders? Did I mention spiders? No. No, I'm not scared. Yes, I'm scared of spiders, but I was talking about cobwebs being in your mouth. That's disgusting.
Can confirm. She degrades you after her services. She always tells me I perform just under adequate. She does prefer you to just starfish and let her ride for some reason. Necrophilia joke.
Everybody's sitting there like, what's happening? Necrophilia joke. Thank you. Thank you, Ronnie O'Neill. Is a burrito your favorite food? No, it's just a convenient food around here. It's like a Mexican sandwich. They're like, we don't have any yeast to put in the bread. That was racist. They had plenty.
Wait till Dr. Stonebridge testifies. She's as hot.
Jesus,
Last
hot.
year she testified with no sleeves and she is all tatted up.
Cool.
What day will Mark Randazza be coming on?
I don't know. I'm trying to confirm it, like I said. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
Yonor, I moved from Mistral. I have built my cardboard fort, and somehow Nick still managed to break in and steal my wife. I say that he must be stopped. He sniffed my coke, Yonor.
Objection.
Grands. I'll allow it.
Yes. I didn't try. I didn't try to do it. I'm not a thief. John Basinger, Becky Hill, the court clerk in the South Carolina Murdoch case, was just charged with perjury and abuse of office. Yeah, it's like 7. Was it just those 2 charges? I think 7 charges as a tonsil chick. Wonder if she has to be sober.
Anyone worth a fuck would get a real Mark to interview. Anything less is havoc.
You need a Mark Richards. We got to get him out here for an interview. One day I should interview Mark Richards and be like, hey, it's years later and I'm really sorry about making you break your phone or whatever. Maybe you should have objected. You did it wrong. I was right, yelling from the sidelines.
I was blessed with a 9-inch penis, but that priest is in jail now. I've never been happy since.
Stop. That was oh my goodness. That was my fault. I hit the back button on my mouse. Sorry. I was in the wrong window when I did that. I was trying to be in a different window. Jim Haglin says, how's sober life? It's terrible. I accidentally hit back all the time. I don't know. I don't mind it so much. Right now I'm busy. So the only question I had at first was like, how am I going to do shows without drinking? Not like, how can I possibly do it? It's just, how will you do this? How will you go through the process of running a show? You're so used to doing it with alcohol. Will you be able to ramble on through everything? It turns out I have this uncanny ability to talk way too much. So I can do that okay without liquor. It seemed easier with it, I guess, at first, but it doesn't now. It's just, you just have to get used to new working conditions, I guess. Then the other thing was, I said all my activities were tied to drinking and alcohol, drinking and drugs. All the, I'd kind of shifted over time into doing just stuff that involved that, even if it was sitting around that involved drinking and or drugs. And then like the government comes in and says, no, you can't do this anymore. So it's like, okay, well now what am I going to do? And at first you find yourself bored and then you start finding ways to fill time. It's the abruptness of it. Here you go. It all stops. Now you have to the stuff that would normally you would do over time, which is just kind of transition your interests or your hobbies or your activities or your focus of energy. And you just have to do it much faster and with no real, it's inorganic. So you have to, I don't know, I guess cast out a line and see if it lands. Does that make sense? Taking up knitting? No, I won't do that. I'm not. Lady Raggets used to crochet a lot, and I don't have any problem with it or anything, but it's not for me. I've seen guys who crochet unironically. It's kind of funny for a minute, but then I'm like, I still I don't want to do it. Go away. You're just such a loser. But other than that, you know, life's good. It's moving along. We're at the end of the school year, I think I mentioned. So there's simultaneously like things are ending, and then other stuff is like you know, you have your last concerts and your last things to go to. And so some stuff is out of where it would normally be scheduled, but other stuff is falling off the schedule. So it's a little chaotic, but we're getting through. How do they test for alcohol? Who? Like it's different depending on where you are. Who is they? They talked about, they had the hospital examiner who did blood alcohol testing. They do serum testing. I can't remember if they do serum testing or the other one at the hospital that did the testing for Karen Reed. But that one was a process of basically inserting a reagent into a sample of blood, and then that reagent produces, based on the amount of alcohol in the blood, it produces a I can't remember the word for it, but a reactive, the reaction production. It creates a new compound. And then what they do is they measure the change in the compound over time, and that change determines the blood alcohol concentration that exists in the blood. And in that one, they use a wheelie thing. What is it? A centrifuge. They use a centrifuge to separate out the blood from blood plasma. They remove a lot of the water from the blood, which helps with the accuracy of the measurement. The problem is that in this case, that forensic analysis isn't sufficient for court purposes typically. That's not a forensic certified lab, and that's not the forensically certified method that produces accurate results for blood alcohol concentrations from a blood sample. It's a different type of blood testing. And the other part of that is they use, I think it's spectrometry, but long story short, once how they find out how much of the compound is in there is they use it's not a mass spectrometer, it's some other one, and it is a way to observe how compounds are absorbing a certain spectrum of light, and then they're able to use that to count up how much is in there. There's lots of confirmatory spectrometry that goes on in drug testing. Like that's how they actually they first try and detect the presence at a basic level, and see if the presence is detectable. If it's over the detectable limit, it's detected, and then it goes on to a lab for further detection and a more precise measurement. That's how they do it normally. Speaking of, I don't have to test today, which is nice. Might be weird for me to say that all the time, but it helps me remember. So sorry that you guys have to hear about my drug testing schedule, but I don't want to miss it. So talking and being like, oh yeah, I need to check that while I'm online. I checked it a little bit ago. I don't have to test.
Today I asked my phone, Siri, why am I still single? And it activated the front camera.
That's kind of mean. Let's see. If your sobriety survived a Vegas weekend, staying sober in a small town in central Minnesota will be a breeze. I mean, yes and no. One of them is more boring. But in Vegas, I was like, I could have stood around drinking like with everybody else, I guess. But other than that, there just wasn't time to do anything like that. So it's just busy. I think that's the trick for me. I don't know how other people do it, but for me, I just have to work. Work and make stuff. So, what are you guys thinking from the medical examiner so far? I mean, she does not seem to be offering anything in regards to him getting hit by a car and dying. Like his broken ribs are from chest compressions. His injuries, she doesn't seem to find to be consistent with the car at all. It was interesting hearing about the laceration on the back of the head. I want to hear more about that. If there's associated damage underneath the exterior tissue, but we'll see. Hella wife material, to be honest. Man, I don't know. Ah, stab it. Nothing wrong with being the designated driver. I'm not driving people around. Oh my God. Driving drunks around is terrible. Ew. I don't know. In their car, I'll drive their car around. I hate vomit. I don't throw up a lot when I drink or anything, but there's some people who do, and you're just like, no, you can't be in my car. Pull up a picture of the medical examiner from the first trial. We're gonna be surprised when she shows up. Everybody says she's super hot or whatever. Do the cats throw up a lot? I don't know. I don't care. My cats live outside. Oh, let's see. Waste of good booze if you get sick. I just didn't get sick that often. I don't know. I've always hangovers and being really drunk tend to coincide with dehydration, and for whatever reason, I've always been relatively well hydrated. I'm not good at like drinking water or anything. I just forever. That's been a whole life thing. Just very fortunate that my body extracts all the liquid from, like, I don't know, mac and cheese and ramen or whatever. You need a pirate hat? Gross. When did I become such a sensitive little girl? I don't know. When did that happen? Wait until you hear what state troopers did when this medical examiner said she wouldn't say O'Keefe was hit by a car. Oh, that'll be fun. Drunk people are not fun to watch or deal with. No, they're hilarious when you're also drunk, right? But when you're not, it changes things. But it's nice having, like Lady Rackets is doing sobriety with me, even though she doesn't have to. And it's nice to have someone on the same plane of existence. That helps. Unlike mac and cheese, your swelling is all in your nose. I know. It gets bigger over the course of every day. Then it like shrinks down a little bit and starts over at the beginning. You get hives in the sunlight because you're a literal demon and God won't let you see the light of day. I don't get him in the sunlight. I get him all over like everywhere. Get them in the dark too. You think Kayla is actually trying sobriety? Well, I'm glad you have such insight into our lives. Thanks. This person I don't know at all. They're trying it and you're not, and I don't know you either. Okay. Enjoy like weirdly following it. It's fine.
Even people who are good for nothing have the capacity to bring a smile to your face, like when you push them down the stairs. White bread ass knee.
It's true. That's wisdom right there. when your husband got sober, you stayed sober with him too. Didn't want him to be the only one at holidays and barbecues. Yeah, I told her she didn't have to. I mean, we're not, you can have it in the house in theory, but it's a really dumb choice. Does that make sense? Like, because I can't be in possession of it even. So because of that, if it's in the house, there has to be some like barrier that would allow a plausible argument against constructive possession. And you just don't want to do that. Like, why waste your time arguing that, no, it's okay that I have this thing that you say I can't have? That's just not a good plan. So it's, that clears one hurdle, but at events and stuff, that's the main thing that I miss with alcohol is like going to a catered dinner and having a wine pairing that was picked out specifically by a chef for the meal that they cooked. Like, I like that. That's something I like to do. I like the culinary experience. So not being able to do that's annoying. But I'm not going to catered dinners more than a couple times a year, so it's not that big of a deal either. I just went to one, and it's like, okay, well, I didn't really care that I didn't have wine at dinner that time, so maybe it won't matter as much. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, not of it. Oh. Nick, we've seen you through this escalation of degeneracy in real time. Like, what do you mean you've seen me through that? You've seen me through it, or you've seen me through it like you helped out? Like, both are true. I'm just curious what you mean by it. Why are people obsessed with Nick's sobriety? Weird. Well, I left for cigarettes and milk a while back. It was before I got arrested. And they got really like upset about that. I don't know. I was under this illusion that you could be semi-public or public or whatever as like a YouTuber, but you could maintain some parts of your life as private. And when you and people say like, oh, keep this private. And when you do, they spend then the rest of their life trying to figure out what you're keeping private. And I don't know, like it kind of boxes you into a set of decisions or not. Like, you can ignore everybody online. But then they just like, once you do that, they cannot let it go. Like, they're like, no, you were this and now you're not, you liar. It's like, okay. All right. I guess I mean, I don't know if changing your mind is lying, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you I changed my mind specifically on certain things, but I guess I did. And I guess that's a lie of omission, even though I literally don't know who you are, so I don't know how I would have done that. But yeah, but then they're like, no, we have to fix this, fix it now. And it's like, well, what are you fixing? I'm not sure. Because the healthy option would be like, I don't like this person, I should just walk away. And some people should try it. They need that message. But I don't know. I don't know why people like get so into it and so upset. I know it changed their favorite show or I don't want to, that's not meant to sound as like narcissistic and self-absorbed as it came out. For some people, it was their favorite show. For other people, it's just a show that they like that's incorporated into their entertainment schedule or their relaxation schedule, whatever it was.
What does my dad have in common with Nemo? They both can't be found.
And taking that away was like, that's kind of rude.
Since Eric July is more intellectual than his lawyers, add him so we can hear him call you a wine bread ass knicker.
Eric July is on there. You got to just you just got to select him. They're not at side bar. They're at break, morning break. It's about 20 minutes, but we've been going for a while. Yeah, Jim, I know I don't have to explain it to anybody, but it's like such an interest. It's interesting to me. Like I'm just talking about a subject that is really, it's really baffling to watch. I just happen to be in it, so that makes it more confusing. I don't know. It was as much as some stuff came out of left field for you guys, like a lot came out of left field for me too. The Iceman says people care about your sobriety, Nick, because either some feel betrayed and can't try to believe you. Others care because they genuinely care about your well-being, even though they don't know you. Okay, yes, and I was very careless in how I spoke about a lot of things because I would say stuff like, "Oh, you don't actually care about my children," which is true of a lot of people who would say stuff about my children. They didn't care, but there are people who do. Like I'm not trying to discount the fact that there are people who care very deeply about my children, my family. They were really worried about us. I didn't mean to speak ineloquently and come across as unappreciative of those people. I wasn't addressing people who genuinely have consistently through the years expressed positive wishes for me and my family. I was not. But there's also a group of assholes who don't give a shit about the reality of anything, but they like to use the words or the situation to bludgeon people. That's just how online interactions work. And so in addressing those people, I think I wrapped up some other people, and they're like, "We really care about your kids." I'm like, "I know you've been like friendly and good forever." I didn't doubt it for a moment. But there are a bunch of people who don't give a shit at all. They think it's funny. And so it's like, well, stop. Like those people trying to use my children as a weapon or a bludgeon against me, one, don't understand my children or my relationship with them, which is fine. They shouldn't. Some things are private for a good reason. But the other thing is, they're trying to use it as a bludgeon against you. So fuck off. You didn't like CPS taking my kids? Me either. It was about the worst thing that's ever happened. You're put off by Nick's exorbitant spending on whiskey and his whiskey snobbery long before he got into trouble. But I like his legal analysis. It's entertaining. My whiskey snobbery did reduce quite a bit as I went on, tried a bunch of different stuff. And by the end, I just wanted to try a new whiskey each time. Because it was a new experience. It was something different. I really appreciate all the work that goes into every barrel and bottle of whiskey that's made. That's one of the reasons I like the product is the thought of someone sitting there nurturing this thing for years and years and years with this bitter and acrid taste to start, knowing where it'll end up or having an idea of where it'll end up, and
you are unmuted.
Getting it there over a decade is crazy when you think about it. But that's what brewmasters do.
So you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here or?
Oh, back from break and immediately to sidebar again. Oh crap! Yeah, I have the typo in the title. Thank you for that. Sometimes my hands get ahead of myself. Typing too fast, too cool. Where is edit? You win comment of the day. Thanks. Why is Karen joining them for sidebars? Because she's fighting for her life. She knows all the facts. Again, it's only weird if you know it's weird, but jurors don't really know if it's weird or not for the client to go up during sidebar unless they've been through the criminal justice system a whole bunch of times. But Karen Reed's been like, she knows, she's going to know everything about this. She's become a resource for her legal team. I would want her up there as an attorney personally. I would want her to hear everything the judge says, and I would want the other thing is I would want her to hear everything the judge says so she knows I'm not doing a shitty job, but I would want her input. Oh, how obnoxious. Let's see. Alex Rosen caught 2 in Minnesota yesterday, 1 a teacher. What are the odds?
To teach my kids about democracy, I let them vote on dinner. They picked tacos. Then I made pizza because they don't live in a swing state.
You're not completely useless, Nick. You can always be used as a bad example.
I'm sorry and I apologize mean the same thing, except at a funeral.
I'd forgotten to put it on. I always have it on subscriber only mode for the chat. I have for the past couple years. I just forgotten to set that up when I set up the stream this morning. Sorry about that. I mean, it doesn't change anything for you guys. Like, if you're not subscribed, you should be. What were you thinking? How dare you? But it's only it's a 5-minute window, which is, again, how I've done this for years. If you want to chat, just subscribe. You subscribe for 5 minutes. You can pop in the chat and say whatever.
No one cares about your sobriety, Nick. We cared because you are a master of your craft and you left us like a one-night stand. We had to listen to Wish versions of you talk shit on you.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that it, like I said, I really didn't realize that at first. I was very much in my own head, right? In my own situation. I was not considering like just how real it is. It's dumb because I've literally been invited to conventions to speak about this, to speak about the importance of escapism and how much it matters and how people should fight for it and gatekeep it and defend it. And there I was, just completely ignoring the escapism element and my responsibility to it. And I don't just mean like after the arrest. I mean before, leading up to it, just the decline of the show and decline of my involvement. I have a lot of excuses and reasons for it. They're not, I mean, they don't matter though to the, not that they don't matter like you don't care. It doesn't matter because the effect, it's like, well, you have an excuse for why this thing went wrong, but the effect that matters in this conversation is that it went wrong in the first place. And that's your fault. It's like, yes. And I hadn't considered that aspect of it. So plus 500 gay for all of us watching, Nick. We're going to get that bad boy up to 1,000 by the end of this show. Did you miss the cross of the medical examiner? No, she's still on direct, I believe. We're at 675 likes. Again, hit like if you like the show. If you don't like the show, don't hit like or hit thumbs down. Be like, this guy sucks. I don't mind. But if you do like the show, hit that like button. It really does. I got to remind YouTube that I'm here. They are not distributing things out. Hold on, I'm court ends at what? 4:30, 3:30, 2:30, 1:30. Lunch is generally around what, like 1 o'clock Eastern here in court? Let's see. So noon, 11:10. We may have Randazza coming on today at lunch or after court. We're just working out which
I'll
one
give
that's
you
going to be.
Those were both marked for ID. So one will be coming into evidence and one will be a chalk. So you may need to have them available for the witness.
Is he charging you for his time? Probably. Ah!
You consider stand wherever you're more comfortable, doctor, for now.
Did something happen to Emily Baker's channel? I'm seeing stuff about it, but like I can't imagine something bad happened to Emily Baker's channel. No, it's right there. She's live right now. Okay, never mind. Didn't you roast one of Randazza's filings way back? Yeah, I called his law partner a faggot too. Only because he was acting like one. Woolman. She got nuked, but she's back now. Whoa, that's service with a smile. So, while we're still waiting for whatever reason, Mark Randazza is a First Amendment lawyer, and there was a buffer case in this because the judge tried to set up a buffer zone where free speech was not allowed around the courthouse, and Randazza stepped in. I believe he took the case right away and said, "No, this is bullshit. The First Amendment exists. You can't create a buffer zone where it doesn't." And they ended up winning that case. And then I think just today, someone was policed for their speech inside outside the courthouse again. So it looks like Randazza's on the case there as well, and has already filed a complaint against the Massachusetts police. So Leon's Law, he's coming on either at lunchtime or after court today. I'm just waiting for confirmation on which one. But I'll let him explain it. I'll let him explain the case and how they're kicking ass. And we'll talk about free speech, and we'll talk about, the court's ability to control, because courts get all this deference for the requirement to be able to control their courtroom and make sure that it progresses in a orderly and fastidious manner. But that's not an excuse to violate the First Amendment. You don't get to do that. Will he be commenting on the Montegraph case? Not right now, but soon, maybe. I mean, I would love to talk to him about the case because I would love to have the case resolved.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing.
Thanks, Hank.
Did you
God.
ask for
That was
any
the
type
court.
of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report you saw before?
yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In your experience, Doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes, the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia.
Here we go.
Was that
Hypothermia.
sufficient to be a primary cause of death? In
No.
your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma,
We're gonna have Mark
hypothermia
Randazza on
is
lunch.
a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death.
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
10 degrees below freezing is not that much.
Yes.
No.
And what is that document?
It's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
When you file a death certificate, do you include your
Sorry.
For the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So
I'm
that
so mad right
certificate is always issued
I can go
at
disable
the
that button
end of
right
the
now.
autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate in this case stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I actually don't know how to do this. Because it's not in the Windows mouse settings. And I never installed the Logitech software on this computer, so shit.
Yes.
What is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document?
Even a real streamer, no.
Yes.
Can I move this into evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
Exhibit 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I do. I have a whole bunch. Alessi's up.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could, please move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors, which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident. You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy. Correct.
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Oh, shit.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involve the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific
I feel like
method
these two
also
are
include the analysis
star-crossed
of
lovers.
data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Correct.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I show that to the witness?
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objection.
Mark it.
Brennan?
Mark it at the next exhibit.
So we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And do you,
Me
you
either.
said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes,
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
it appears to be correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield.
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they
know,
are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes,
And-
approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there has to be a pretty good reason why you want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. And I want to, if I could, with you pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
there wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct. And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy, when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Triple board certified.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
Oh, wow.
I do.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So,
Okay.
with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustained.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
State doesn't like this line of questioning at all. The state doesn't want Alessi to get to the highlight of, yeah, this isn't caused by Alexis backing into a dude. Excuse me. Whoa. Yawn. Get out of there. Good Lord. All right. Welcome, guys. If you're new to the stream, if you popped in since the last little break we had, we're on the Karen Reed trial, and this is the medical examiner who I'm being told, my secret sources, chat, in the first trial refused to be bullied by the state into saying that the cause of death was being backed into by the Lexus or any of the state's theory at all. She does not have a medical opinion that supports that. And the defense wants to make sure that that's very clear to the jury.
What's the difference between a Lamborghini and a dead body? I don't have a Lamborghini in my garage.
Or your bed.
She's having a harder time keeping her eyes open than Auntie Bev. We may have to place bets on who falls asleep first between them.
Objection.
No kidding.
This calls for speculation.
Sustained, please refrain from personal attacks. Side note, I am completely unbiased in all my decisions.
Where was it incurred as a micro penis? I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it to like hit right at the end, and then it didn't. No, I think she, people were asking or commenting about that right away. I don't know. And it's part of it's my own like bias against, anybody who works in a lab or with a dead body. My brain automatically thinks this person probably has some sort of social anxiety, and I shouldn't say smart people, intelligent people or high IQ people tend to have their brains work out ways to cope with things like that for the purpose of being effective in their profession or their hobbies, even if they don't do it consciously. And I would wager that she developed that eye close that she does when she's going to talk about some things as a manner of compensating for some social anxiety or public speaking anxiety. Because as a medical examiner, like you may be really interested in dead bodies and finding out what's wrong, but you're going to have to testify all the time. So you're going to have to do it. It becomes part of your world and there's no way around it really. So you have to find a way to do it. I wonder if she even knows that she does that. I would guess she does because she's going to trial and because she's going to be talking to people who are specifically reviewing her performance, for lack of a better word. She's probably been made aware of it. But I bet it's automatic, and I bet she's done it for a really, really long time. That's just my thought, though. Like, I don't know this person.
I told my wife that she should embrace her mistakes, so she gave me a hug.
Well, that was nice of her. I like hugs. What about you guys? Are hugs good? I'm not a qualified psychologist. Not at all. I'm not an unqualified one either. Pure speculation. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. I'm so fun. You didn't even know how much
May
fun I am.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi,
Dr.
Leslie.
Bello, have you
Seen my trains?
Are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named Azik Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other
Like
reasons.
doing it like the real work.
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80
That's
degrees?
impossible.
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis.
Ooh.
But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're just outside in the freezing
You're familiar
cold.
with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found. And I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
Yay.
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate because there
Was
is
this a drug? Was this a drug
no
thing?
scientific way of teasing out
You should have drug tested
whether
and every
it
single
was
cop
just
there.
one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit if I could with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head. And that's the primary cause, right? And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you refer to on your right as a secondary cause of death of hypothermia, but you've used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations, can you repeat what it was?
I said hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree
That's
that you
different
can
than
have
what he said.
hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you
Ariane
whether
says
using
Higgins
the
can give her all the
concepts of
beach life she can
differential
handle.
diagnosis scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
You keep sustaining objections
What,
against it. How's he supposed
if
to move
any,
along?
alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances. And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of, my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to
She's
you
like,
as
what the hell
regards
do you
the
mean?
location of the injuries? Did anyone
She's like,
provide
I'm
you
looking
any
at him.
alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
so you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was, coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I
Cool
do.
question. I had no
And
amend
you
it.
can
Amend it now.
the
Be like the cops did
certificate
it.
If you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrase that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
Good question.
So she's answered it this way. I think you need
Wait, what? No,
another
that's
person for that. Let's move on.
no,
from
you
that, Mr.
don't.
Massey.
The clarifying question of like, what could happen over time, but could it happen now? She just shut it down. That's crazy.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury.
Blunt impact.
A blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head. Yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
Is there, did you show it to Mr. Brown?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make.
So why don't you come over here because, why don't you come over a second?
Come over to sidebar. Sidebar every time. That was a crazy move by Judge Bev to not let Alessi follow up with the question, could it have caused an immediate unconsciousness, which is really important to the fight theory.
Hi, Nick. I see they are arguing before the Supreme Court now about birthright citizenship executive order. Did you finish your burrito?
I did not finish my burrito. I'm eating it very, very slowly, much to the chagrin of many people. I'm running out of liquid. Like I have a little bit of Dr. Pepper left, but I need something to wash the burrito down. That's part of the reason why I haven't been drinking it or eating it as aggressively. What do we got here?
Yes, eat that big beefy burrito. I love toes. They are big grains of rice. I could lick
Ew.
up that sweet, delicious tooey zzz. Gah. Sorry, she put me to sleep. What did I miss?
You missed Bev sweeping for the state pretty hard on that one. I mean, again, the question Alessi asked and elicited a response from was, could the injury to John O'Keefe's head, it's the injury to the back of his head, which is described as a large laceration, could that have caused unconsciousness at some point? And the medical examiner said, yes, that type of injury would eventually cause, or would at some point cause unconsciousness. And so then Alessi said, could it immediately cause unconsciousness? Again, if you are in a fight, or if we have a fight scenario going on and you stumble and fall or whatever, if he were to hit his head on a hard surface sufficient to cause the laceration and the accompanying injury, and she is saying cause unconsciousness, then if it happens right away, that really, really matters. Because that would then maybe make people freak out. Whereas if if it just was a fight and the guy was like, oh gosh, and they bring him and sit him down on a couch because he hits his head and they're like, holy shit, we got to get some ice on you or whatever they're going to do. That changes the whole demeanor of what's going on. Now he may still fall unconscious later, but that'd give them time to think that, he'd be able to react and stuff like that for a while and interact with them. And then that might break the whole cycle. And they might just decide to get him medical help instead of having him die. Or they might have thought he was dead from the unconsciousness or like right about to be dead. And so they just pitch him outside. It's kind of crazy that that Bev, though, would cut that question off. It's a critical question for them to have answered. And they're like, no, you'll have to have somebody else do that. Like, well, why? This person's a medical examiner who's qualified to answer it, has examined the body, has determined that unconsciousness would have occurred from this wound. Why can't she give an opinion on when? And these are the mysteries that surround this case. This is why everybody thinks Bev is biased, because she is very frankly and obviously biased. And some of these things just don't make sense at all. A reminder that Mark Randazza will be joining us for an interview at the lunch break. I've approximated the lunch break to occur at 1 p.m. Eastern, because that's kind of when it has been occurring. So that's in 23 minutes. And Mark should be joining right around that time. If he joins, we may do the thing that I don't like to do. If court's still going, we may pause it. And if the interviews runs a little longer, we may pause it and catch up or whatever. I hope you guys are okay with that. It shouldn't be too much on either side of it. But I think this interview is something you definitely want to see. I haven't heard anybody else having Mark on. So let's welcome him warmly when he shows up. Call him a bunch of slurs because he's the First Amendment guy. So you got to call him all the names. All the slurs must rhyme with a pizza topping. Why didn't he fire Randazza when he leaked your financials? Did you believe him on that? Like you thought Mark Randazza just released the amount of money that I paid to him down to the penny. And you, like on Twitter, and you're like, yeah, that's what lawyers do. And you're like, yes, this is an accurate number. Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I did message him. I was like, thanks, asshole.
With Your Honor's permission,
Bunch
I
of
would like to
retards
publish
believe this.
Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think I posted that on Twitter also.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted
Dr. Squirty-Bello.
on both screens. Pick whatever screen
Come
is
on.
most convenient for
That
you.
can't be a real name.
And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there. And I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
to show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. Is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left almost like a J type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that J
Do
is
you conclude?
different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall in impact present that type of pattern, or would it
Just ask that question first and stop.
present
Otherwise, it's a compound
circular
question.
pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
No.
I could, yes.
And under
Ooh.
what circumstances?
There we go.
could
Okay.
A laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground.
Should have said
It's
grass.
Quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Yes, blunt.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be.
I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom
Yes.
while there's still audio.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is deathful.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe,
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a
and
guest
assuming
waiting in the green room.
what I just gave to you as
Mr. Randazza.
a fall back.
So what I'm going to do is what I don't normally do. I am going to pause this
Would you
coverage,
expect to see anything else?
this trial coverage, because we
on
have
the
limited
back of
time
his
with
head?
Mark, and we will resume it in a minute. For now, Mr. Randazza, how are you, man?
I'm really good, man. Having a good month.
Yeah, no kidding. You're out there like your Twitter numbers are great, so that's all I care about. That's all that matters in this world. How's his Twitter doing?
Yeah, it's doing okay, man. But at least I have good news to report on it, right? You know, I've had a couple of good First Amendment wins, including today.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's really cool. It's a new area of practice for you, so I'm really proud that you're doing well in it.
One of these days I'll figure it out.
Why don't you tell us about them? I was catching up on your order or your demand 3 days ago to I think the Court of Appeals, because you had won an order from the Court of Appeals saying, hey, there's an injunction on your weird little program you've got going. And then after that, Bev Canone and the State Attorney General have not done anything to actually go ahead and follow through on what the Court of Appeals is asking or ordering them to do. So tell me about it. What's happening now?
So we sued the judge and the state police and the attorney general. You know, she pretty much just sued the entire damn government, top to bottom, in federal court. And we got a judge that just got the First Amendment issue wrong, didn't look at the due process issue at all. So we went up to the First Circuit on an emergency petition. They heard us and they issued an order that said pretty clearly, look, this is not kosher under the First Amendment. So they told the lower court that we went into, do something about it. That court decided, what I'll do about it is I'll wait around a week and not do anything about it.
Yeah, there was
paraphrase that judge.
But they ordered like not even a scheduling conference, a status conference, right? It's like, so here's a status conference where we're going to talk about where the case is. It's like, well, where the case is, you got ordered by the appellate court to do better, and you're not doing it.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but it is anytime you're suing the government, and you think you're at a separate branch of government that is supposed to keep the other ones in line. I mean, when's the last time you saw a tree branch keep the other tree branch in line? That just doesn't, it's an uphill battle.
Right.
So then we went back to the First Circuit and said, hey, no one's doing anything and time's ticking. And the state police are taking the court's inaction as license to get even more like the state police of North Korea, including going after Ms. Walsh for just wearing a shirt in the zone that said Norfolk County criminals. And made her like walk through the buffer zone topless because they didn't like her shirt. I mean, that's just outrageous. So
this isn't Miami. You can't do that.
So what ultimately we got is the First Circuit gave an order that said you got 48 hours to tell us what you're going to do, and then we get this order, and this order from Judge Canone is it's great. she kind of tries to save face, like, oh, well, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But then when she gets to the end, quiet off-site demonstration, so out of the courthouse on public property, that means the sidewalks, in areas and times that do not interfere with trial participants' entrance into or exit from the courthouse, which is against the law anyway, and that do not interfere with the orderly administration of justice, which is against the law anyway, and that are not intended to influence any trial participants in the discharge of their duties, which is against the law anyways, are specifically outside the scope of the buffer zone restrictions. So,
okay,
no matter how you look at all that, she's got that specific exception for doing what you have a goddamn right to do as an American anyway. So well done, Judge Canone.
Well done, Judge Canone. Two things. One, I first want to say I really like this line in the first page of your brief to the appellate court. It said, and this is one of those philosophical lines that goes and is very poignant. It says, urgency is required. Every day the buffer zone order continues unrevised is a day the First Amendment can never recover.
Yeah.
And it's a reminder of exactly what's at stake here. This is liberty being taken and removed, and you will never get it back. You will never have the opportunity to that day say what you believe, what you feel, what you need to say, what you have every fucking right to say, what our entire country is based on that day at that time. That's taken from you when the government intervenes. And people are like, well, you could say it tomorrow. It's like, well, tomorrow it might not matter, but today it does. Right now it does.
Yeah, look, there were a lot of people who said that this was a crazy case to take because, you remember, we did it last year. We did it through the state court system, and we went up, we tried to intervene in this case. And I was in the courtroom the day that Judge Canone said, you can't intervene in this case. And I'll tell you, she was mad. She was mad that we tried. I wasn't quite sure I wasn't going to get sanctioned that day. So we went up to the Mass Supreme Judicial Court, which, I realize they're the highest court in Massachusetts. They have a proud tradition, but boy, are they not honoring that tradition with some of their recent work. In that case was one of those examples because, they looked at it, and I'm sure somebody looked at it and said, you know what, we can't rule for him, but we refuse to, we can't rule against him, but we refuse to rule for him because, we're not going to rein in a judge. We're judges. We're judges. We're not going to mess with the judges union. So what they did is they crafted this idiotic decision that specifically carved out any analysis of the public sidewalks, saying falsely that we hadn't raised that issue, even though it's splattered across every single thing we filed.
Right.
But okay, that's good because at least they wrote a stupid decision that was limited to some ethereal space that doesn't exist. So by the time we got to the First Circuit didn't have to say, well, we're going to be overturning a state Supreme Court decision. No, you're not. State Supreme Court made as my drill sergeant used to say in the Army, you played pussy and you got fucked.
That's a good expression. So it occurs to me we kind of came into this thing hot without going to the issues. So can we get a broad level overview of what exactly prompted this case from the start? So my understanding is that there was a buffer zone created where there's it's between the courtroom and the crowd, I guess, where you're not allowed.
Back up for how it happened.
Right.
The prosecution asked for a buffer zone to protect Karen Reed's Sixth Amendment rights. So the prosecution is worried about Karen Reed getting a fair trial for exactly 1 microsecond in this entire fucking case.
I was about to say that doesn't sound like them. I don't believe you.
And that's when people are out there holding up signs that they don't like. Now, my guys have been out there since November holding up signs, say Judge Canone is a clown, Judge Canone is corrupt. They don't like her. Hey,
right.
I don't know, for all I know, she may be the greatest person in the whole world, but they don't like
Who cares? You're a judge. People get to say that about you.
Yeah.
They get to say damn near anything.
Yes. So the prosecution, after last year's buffer zone win, decided to seek another one, but an even bigger one. And in their motion, they even asked specifically for the right to use physical force against protesters. Like, think of what a fucking piece of shit put pen to paper writing that. Maybe I'm not supposed to go that far, but I'm getting inspired by Nick Rakita here. But
as everyone should be.
What kind of a piece of shit are you that you sit down and you say, Judge, also give us we want the First Amendment suspended, and we want the right to use nightsticks to make sure it doesn't rear its beautiful head.
When people
Fuck you.
When people encounter law enforcement in the wild, and it's not in like you're driving by wondering why that person got pulled over, but you actually encounter the system, you go, wait a minute, someone had to sit down and ask if they could beat the shit out of people because of what they say. That's crazy. It's like, that's actually fucking insane. And then a judge says, yes.
No, she didn't. To her credit, she didn't say yes.
Not in this case.
She didn't give them that. But what she did is she gave them the buffer zone, saying there'll be no expression here. Now, here's the funny part. See, what the government didn't get, and I think what some of the lower courts didn't get, is the difference between a content-based restriction and a viewpoint-based restriction.
Right.
No protest. Protest is content. Yep. Pro Karen Reed, anti Karen Reed, that's viewpoint. Now you can drive through that buffer zone before with a big sign, on your truck saying "Eat at the Olive Garden." God help you. But but you can't go through it with one that says, whatever, free Karen Reed.
Right.
So we challenged this in federal court on an emergency basis. And the federal court gave us a real quick hearing. Judge June gave us gave us a hearing immediately. We come in, and nobody in that courtroom except me seemed to understand the difference between viewpoint and content based. And he decided, well, this is just fine. Essentially took the Spicuzza decision, the one from last year, the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts did, which I had to put in my first circuit briefing to make it very clear. I had a point heading that said, the Spicuzza decision is useless. And I explained that since that decision specifically excluded all of the public sidewalks, you have a whole new fresh slate here. So take a look at it. And the First Circuit, I think, did a damn good job. I mean, I would have rather they had just told them what to do, but I think they gave the district court more credit than it deserved, and then gave Judge Canone more credit than she deserved, saying to the district court, do it again. And in the meantime, Judge Canone had time to do this on her own without a fucking order, but of course didn't do it. Now I got a funny feeling there's somebody, I gotta give credit to John Hitt, who is the attorney for the Commonwealth. Sometimes you're up against somebody who you tell is just a government scumbag doing government scumbag things. And then sometimes you see a guy who's a damn good guy just doing his job. That's John there. He did his job honorably. He was never sleazy to us, not at all. And I think that what happened here is he finally got somebody on the phone and said, listen, they're right. Do the right thing. And now you got the right thing done.
Well, that's crazy, man. Like, you're out there, and it's great that you got this order, because it's wild how often we still say these are clear violations of the First Amendment. Like when you go in, and I mean, this is what you do. So you're seeing this more than anybody, but you're going in and you're saying these are clear violations of the First Amendment. This thing's been around for a while. It's not new. It hasn't changed. And the scope, like, I know the court has pared down some of it to say, well, it needs to be specific, and we can infringe on it a little bit if as long as it's narrowly tailored and doesn't sweep up other activities. That's great. But by and large, like, this, what country are they from where they go, you know what, there's a space around a courthouse where you can't say stuff?
Yeah.
And it's like, where, when, why, when has this ever been okay?
No, it never has been. I mean, the only times I've seen situations like this where it's okay, look, maybe if there's like nuclear waste in that and they're worried the Joker's going to come steal it or something like that. I don't know. But you don't put complete lockdown. And if you look at this, the insanity of it, if you look at the map, it even covers the public library.
Yeah.
So you couldn't stand on the front lawn of the public library behind the courthouse, which would have had no impact on anything. Now, I don't know who wants to protest on the front steps of the public library, but when you do that and everybody says, yeah, that's fine, not even a you could protest on the public library line. because they're power drunk, because nobody reins them in, because you've got problems with, first of all, how many lawyers out there can you get to do it? There's not a lot of us who would be willing to do this.
Right, because who's a paying plaintiff? Like, I mean, that's the
well,
right. Like, no, candidly, obviously, I'm one of your clients. Your
You're
fees
helping
are
fund this, Nick.
I know your fees are consummate to your experience, but I'm also not an idiot. Like lawyer fees are based on availability, and they're based on a whole bunch of things. But sometimes you go with the people who can pay, and they fund for the issues that can't be paid for. There isn't a plaintiff who could pay for this unless they got specifically harmed and happened to be moneyed enough to do it.
Yes,
it's not cheap work.
No, but the Center for American Liberty, great organization, is funding this partially. It's certainly nowhere close to what my rates are, but they said we'll contribute something to it so you can keep the doors open. So we are. So anybody,
you're struggling over there. No, I'm just kidding.
Anybody out there who's but we could not have done this without them. So look up the Center for American Liberty. I mean, make a donation to those guys. Those guys are jumping into the breach, not just in my cases, but all over the country when Liberty needs help.
Fire jumped in with an amicus too, right?
Fire did. Yep. Fire did a great job. The National Press Photographers Association and the First Amendment Lawyers Association all joined in on a brief. Great lawyer, John Mateus, who is from Woburn, Massachusetts, jumped in as their counsel. He actually took a couple minutes at oral argument, and I think really helped push it across the line. So John was a great team member. And but yeah, you're right. Because also when you bring these cases, the government has done everything they can to try to make it impossible to enforce the civil liberties laws. Right? There was just a decision that came out of the Supreme Court, the Lackey decision, appropriately named, that if you don't have a permanent change, then you don't get fees from the government. So here's the thing. If I want to protest on Halloween and they say no anti-government protests on Halloween, and I win an injunction that I can protest on Halloween, my case is moot on November 1st.
Right.
So you don't get fees. I mean, they're doing whatever they can to try to screw us.
Yeah,
but,
it's
but they didn't get paid a lot on April 19th, 1775 either, did they? But that worked out pretty fucking good.
Yeah, they did okay. I mean, they not payment wise. Yeah.
Yeah.
They weren't doing well there, but no, they ended up making something that of course the world wasn't ready for. And it's guys like you who are fighting for it in very specific ways, but the issues are so big. I mean, America is so huge and the encounters of speech so diverse that you can be fighting for this thing your whole life and you're still only scratching the surface of fighting for the First Amendment. I mean, you're one of the guys on the line, right? But there's every other part of the Constitution that's in danger at all times because government is insipid and it must consume and take away rights. It must make itself more powerful.
No, there are many of us doing this. I mean, sometimes, I look around, it's the same, 5 or 10 lawyers doing this everywhere. And it feels like the Hoover Dam's about to break and we're trying to hold it up with our bare hands. So I don't know how many young lawyers are out in your audience, but man, if you're out there and you have any inclination to do this kind of work, call me. I'll either hire you or I'll help you start a practice doing it. I want more competition, please.
If I were a mobile young lawyer, like that would be one of the most enticing offers ever, like to go and work with your group, even that Jay Woolman scoundrel or whatever, to go and work with your group of lawyers on this issue. So many people.
Jay is the Iceman to my Maverick, man. I'll tell you what. Jay is a badass.
But I called him a fag, so that doesn't help. You don't want to.
That's how we met. That's literally how we became friends.
I know.
Jay Woolman a faggot.
It was so funny.
And I yelled at you about it.
I know. I felt very chastised, Dad. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I got to stick up for my brother, but
of course,
Jay Woolman. You want to hear about what a real deal that guy is? When I took him representing the Nazis, I called him up because he's like not just Jewish, he's like super Jewish. So I was like, hey, is it all right if we take the Nazis on? And he says, well, why are you asking me? I said, dude, it's just good manners, right? Which I don't have very often.
I have
So I'm
6
saying-
million reasons why.
Right. I'm like, I don't want to do it. It's impolite if we take them without at least I ask my Jewish partner. And he says, don't you ever question my patriotism again. I want you to take this case. I'm on this case. I want my name on every pleading. Dude, that is badass. I'll never be that badass. So, Jay is, and Jay is definitely like, when you look at my writing, you think it's awesome. There's Jay in there too.
Well, I guess he's cool then. I don't know.
Yeah, he is cool. And my
I'll
partner
take it
Juan
on.
Green in Vegas and Alex Shepard in Seattle. I mean, everybody pulled together on this case, working nights and weekends. I mean, we worked our asses off on this.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about this type of law that you're doing. Like you said, if you're banned from having Halloween, then on November 1st it's moot. This thing, it has to move at breakneck pace.
Yeah.
And you're digging deep in synthesizing arguments, especially, and I'm assuming it's going to get way more complicated really soon because you've got the advent of AI right on the horizon. You're already dealing with social media changing the way that speech is delivered in the first place and where the public forum is. And so now you've got this fight that's evolving technologically, and it all happens at lightning speed. So you got your work cut out for you. You should just get online and yell at stuff.
Man, I do. I spend all day, it's like I work like 18 hours a day usually. I get up. I mean, I'm up at 5 a.m. every day.
You're always on a plane. Like every time I talk to you, you're like, I got to catch a plane. Where are you going? Where's this man going all the time?
Yep. No, it is. People ask me like, what's your address? I'm like, seat 1B.
Is that your favorite? Is
Yes.
that's the one? I
Yeah,
like 3D is mine.
3D. Yeah, I can see that. I like 1B because I get really mad when somebody reclines into me, even in first class. But but JetBlue Mint, I hate to plug them, but you don't have that problem. But yeah, man, I am. I tell you, most of my work is done nowhere that I have offices in Vegas, Miami, up in Boston, but most of my work is not done in those places. It's always nice when I get one that's close to home. I mean, I've got a bunch of cases going on in Maine. I've got Texas. I mean, California. I mean, I'm all over the place.
So with this buffer case, do you think that there's just in how it developed and then how it followed the orders coming down from the appeals court, do you think there's an element of like just big enough town where there's deep roots, lots of family connections, lots of family power? Or do you think this is just kind of how things go? Like, is there something specific about Canton that made this the ripe case to have this happen and then to fight against it?
I mean, I have, I don't want to delve too much into my beliefs about the supernatural and all that, but that courthouse has a stench on it ever since the Sacco and Vanzetti case. And if you think when I took this case on, it was lost on me that I'm walking in there as as an Italian lawyer trying to wipe away some of that, you'd be wrong. That was totally Sacco and Vanzetti's ghosts are in my head. And I realize maybe they did it, maybe they didn't, but they did not get due process. They did not get a fair trial.
I have no idea what case this is that you're talking about. I'm not Italian.
So every, Sacco and Vanzetti are like the Italians, George Floyd.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Okay, which may not be the nicest thing to say about them, but we did not. They were railroaded back in the 1920s in that very courthouse, and electric chair. But like also, I think it isn't just about this area. I mean, I know there is a bit of accusations of great corruption in Canton, and Norfolk County's got something particularly wrong with it, but I don't think that enters into this. What enters into this is power loves to grow, and if you let them get away, you let these bastards get away with anything. If they take an inch, they will take a mile. And, America means something. Like, I don't do this shit for the money. I mean, granted, I'm not poor, but I could probably make 5 times what I make if I went and worked for some soul-sucking big law firm doing whatever the fuck they do.
Oh, right? Yeah, like 18-wheeler accidents or whatever.
Oh, dude, forget it. Personal injury, you could do even better. I'm not even talking about those. I love those guys, but I could make way more money doing something else. But this was the calling I got. This is like what I was asked to do. This picked me. I didn't pick it.
Well, you have to be the right kind of, specifically for what you do, because you defend guys like me, and I don't actually think I'm that terrible, but you defend the bad guy, right? Like the guy who says the thing that everybody goes, oh shit, like maybe you shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
And then you're like, no, I'm going to say it again. You've called me and told me not to.
No, my client, if we had I was talking to some lawyers last night that were, a guy who knew me was explaining my practice to other people. And the guy said, so do you ever have you never have like a client reception, do you? And I'm like, wow, can you imagine if I had a client? It would look like Moss Isley,
Oh, please invite me.
Oh my God, it would be hilarious, like Alex Jones running through, the Nazis coming in, the Satanists, the Karen Reed protesters.
God,
oh my God.
Let's wait till I'm off probation, though. That sounds like a fun party.
Yeah. We'll just bring a lot of bail money.
That's what you hand out. It's like, here's your welcome bag. It's got $10,000 bail for each one of you. Oh my goodness. I had a question about this case again, but I don't think it was that important. You've really covered really well what's going on, and I just love that you're out there fighting for this, because it has to happen. It's really hard to get representation on something like this anyway, and it's really hard to get great representation on it. You're the guy. Like you're the guy. You're the speech sniper out there in the darkness.
I take that as a great compliment. But don't forget, I got a team with me, and then my mentors that helped me get here. I mean, this is, and I'm just dying to spread the word on this. What we really need, what really, really, really we have as a problem, is people always seem to think that free speech is for their team and not for the other team.
Right.
And I mean, even in this case is so weird how it became political, because I'm sure you're familiar with Turtle Boy, the guy who really kind of made this become a big deal. And
Aiden, I interviewed him 2 years ago or so.
He's another guy that would be at that party. I represent him as well. And
good
in a couple of First Amendment things. But since he is a somewhat conservative voice and behind enemy lines in New England,
right?
It's like, if you're liberal, you have to want Karen Reed in jail now, and if you're conservative, you don't. So all of a sudden, we have a case where you have the liberals saying, no, the police would never lie. The police are right, like uplift the police. And then you have the conservatives saying, we don't trust the police. The police are lying. It's just,
which is the big flip flop. It's so weird, because I watched that happen through my lifetime. It's like the Law and Order party is, they got hit really hard on January 6th. Right. And they're like, wait, these guys have been in jail for 1,000 days and they haven't even had an arraignment yet. And they're just sitting around detained. Like, this is crazy. It's happening to our guys. We're supposed to be the guys who like the cops. It's like, no, they're not your friends. They never were.
I mean, I don't know. I think they kind of generally are. I mean, like, I am really surprisingly pro cop in most cases. I like when I see them in the courthouse, I refuse to let them pay for their coffee and whatnot, because it's like, thank you. What you guys do is thankless. Everybody treats you like shit. I mean, I fucking love the police, but
I love police officers. I don't love the police. That's how I would say it.
Yeah. But I've also, I've met cops too, where I got a client I have a couple clients of these First Amendment auditor types. And, sometimes they go and they try to provoke the police a little bit, politely, and then they'll show me a video of a cop doing 100% the right thing. And it's always great. I love when he's like, can I put, he runs everything by me before he posts it. He's like, I'm going to post this one. I'm like, this one's great, because he's respectful to them. I mean, there's no reason when you're testing the boundaries of the First Amendment, you don't have to be a douchebag, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, so a while back, there was a sector of the internet, kind of where I started live streaming and like where my audience came from at first. And it involved a lot of just incidentally white nationalists, like as that was kind of rising up. I was like, well, this is weird, but I guess. They kept getting kicked off of all the platforms for a while, right? Back in 2017, 2018, it was really bad. And so then these other places like BitChute and Odyssey and eventually Rumble would come up. But there was one for a while that we were all streaming on called D Live. It's like D Live was like, no, we'll take all of you racists. Get over here. And so
Right.
then, like a couple streamers move over there, and then the entire chat is just the N-word spammed over and over. And it's like, okay, guys, just because you can,
Yeah.
you should constantly. Like, you look so much like an asshole that no one wants to deal with this, including the companies. Like, the companies are like, I can't believe that this is what, like, we just wanted to host you guys. And then this is what your chat's like. It's like, well, it's not our fault. I mean, it's kind of our fault, but it's not our fault.
Look, optics matter. You know, when I was I was telling my I was on another stream a few minutes ago, and I was explaining that anybody's going to go out there and protest
Stream
now,
cheater.
like, do so, but do so with dignity. Act with dignity. Don't go out there and go fuck the police. Don't go out there and scream at people. You know, first of all, you can't yell at people because we didn't want the right to do that. You know, I wanted the right to have respectful, peaceful protest. You know, and anytime I've been in an environment where somebody's asking me, what do we do to get ready for this protest? I'm like, wear a tie, man. Like, when they come and video you, I want grandma and grandpa Law and Order to look at you getting dragged away in handcuffs and have them go, well, he seems nice. You know, that it really helps. Optics matter.
Yeah.
So
and
you don't have to. The First Amendment lets you go out there. You know, Mr. Cohen went into a courthouse with a jacket that said fuck the draft. And that set up, precedent that we relied on even in this case.
He's like, it's a beer jacket though.
But at the same time, if you can be outside that courthouse today, standing along that sidewalk, not blocking anybody, acting like we live in a society, you're going to do way more service because bad facts make bad cases. Here, luckily, I had all good facts. I had people who've been out there since November holding up signs, not bothering anybody. Mr. DeRozier and Mr. Bryant, the journalists, they were just news gathering. Mr. Delgado was just walking through there with a sticker on his shirt. And Ms. Walsh was just out there with a shirt that said Norfolk County Criminals. So
what everybody should remember that free speech is your right, but your dignity is your responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Like that. And it's not just yours, it's the dignity of the people around you. And there is a time and the place to yell the N-word or whatever in protest. There is a time and the place to yell damn near anything in protest, but you're not in it most of the time. Most of the time, you're at the time and place where you should be quietly holding a sign saying, hey, we don't believe in this. This isn't right. Because that's where the message is powerful. And that is multiplied by numbers. And those numbers.
Sometimes your voice is louder that way.
Sometimes it's amplified by the people who show up because you're not yelling.
Yeah. Yeah. Or just even if you are showing up like that, that quiet dignity is so much more powerful than
absolutely
than what those Antifa pussies act like, You think,
where'd they go? They're gone. They're busy.
Oh no, they're still burning. They just burnt down the university in Seattle. I mean, they're still.
Well, you gotta have goals, I guess.
They're still taking Chinese money and acting like scumbags.
Oh man. Well, hey, it's I know you have a hard out. I
got a hard out. I got to get to the airport.
Thanks so much, Mark, for coming on, explaining this. Thanks for the fight, of course. And, thanks for telling people that I paid you so much because they believed it. I'm like, damn it.
My last check from that $625,000 check just cleared. Thank you.
Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, man.
Take
Have
care.
a good one.
Bye.
Peace. Well, that was fun, right? Mark's pretty cool. Guys, that's if you missed it, that was Mark Randazza. The Randazza Group is a First Amendment law firm. They fight for people like me on a daily basis. They're the ones out there fighting for the speakers, not for the people who want to shut speech down. In fact, my retainer agreement with him says that I will do my best to pursue a course of action that preserves the freedom of speech to the maximum and will not ask the Randazza legal group to go against that. And if I were to do so, to politely unhire them and hire someone else. Like, that's how serious they are. They actually put that in their retainer agreement. Like, no, we fight for speech here. We don't fight to suppress it, and we will not betray the First Amendment. So they're pretty awesome. He is out there in Massachusetts. I don't know that he's physically in Massachusetts. I don't know where the hell he is right now. He wasn't in Vegas when I was there, which made me mad, but I don't know where he is right now, but he's fighting the fight in Massachusetts about the right to speak, about this trial, about the right to say what you want, to say free Karen Reed or fuck Karen Reed. The only person who can't say that is Brian Higgins. He could just say, I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. So with that, we'll play out the rest of this chick's testimony into the break and see where we are after that.
You have to be more specific than that.
Right. I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible, if that was the manner of the fall, that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
The green grass theory.
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
No stones or rocks.
What,
by
if
the
any,
scene.
consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
There you go.
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I
No consistency on the objections.
consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations, any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries.
And I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Why
Well, I'm
not?
going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh,
All right,
yes.
jurors, we'll take the lunch and recess. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Rise to the jury.
All right. So I'm going to see if I can skip to when anything happens again. Oh, I hate.
Defense has nothing, Your Honor. Thank you for asking.
Defense has nothing. Okay, looks like they're all right, so that's it. We're caught up. Fan is going. Everybody's happy about this. The world is right now. Whoo! Okay. So now we're just I guess now we're at the tail end of lunch here. How cool is that Mark Randazza interview though? I hope you guys enjoyed that. Like I said, I haven't seen him brought on anywhere in regards to this case. I knew he was fighting the big fight. He's also still fighting in my case, but that's for another day. That's not for this. That's not for the trial shows, right? Like, we'll see. I think we may have a filing coming up in that case really, really soon.
Hey, Kurt! Hoss long to die ingesting a spam sandwich. I'm finna type shit in your chat so much you get a double dose of spam. Hoss long is my QWERTY keyboard, Kurt. Hoss long!
Hoss long! Hoss long! Let's see. We've got Igavaz says, is that suede? What a gay shirt. Love you. No, it's not suede. It's really nice. It's not suede though. It's not textured at all. It's just a print. I don't know. I really like this store that I got this shirt my first trip to Vegas. And I wanted to go back on this one to the store that I got it and buy something else, another shirt. These pants are so damn comfy. And they're really nice. So that's always a plus, right? Like things can be comfy, but also you also want them to be nice. Like I wear these pants to court and that's fine. The judge didn't throw me in jail yet. But I didn't get a chance to go shopping, that's okay too. B. May says, love this discussion. Can you tell me why Title IX does not allow free speech? How is that exempt? I don't know in which ways you mean that Title IX doesn't allow free speech necessarily. So I'm going to need a little bit more about that. Bruno Alex says, did it now play the hamster dance song? No, I don't want to hear the hamster dance song ever again. Do you remember when that was the internet? Like, it's like, hey, look at this. If you go to this website, oh my God, no, kill it. And me, please. And everybody's like, oh, this is funny. And then your grandparents find the internet like 2 years later and they're like, look what I found. Look what someone posted to my Facebook record. Marty Oman, welcome to Paralegal Status. The biggest crime of Facebook was that it's so likable by boomers. Like that is the worst part of it because they all keep using. I don't know how Facebook's still around. And then I remember that a bunch of people aren't dead yet. That will be eventually, but they all still use Facebook. They're like, no, this is what I'm going to do in the morning. I'm going to get up and go on Facebook and argue with my friends and family and stuff and look at cat pictures, I guess. It was a time of innocence. Remember the popcorn song? No. No. Now your kids are like, Mom, don't go on the internet. Don't look that up, Mom. My kids have the weirdest internet taste. I mean, to me, I think they're rather normal for kids their age. But it's just like, what entertains them? I'm like, I don't understand this. My son would be like, Dad, I want to show you something funny. He'll play it. I'm like, okay, when? And then other times he's like, Dad, I want to show you something funny. And it is like, it will knock you off your teeth. I don't know why you're standing on your teeth. It's not healthy. But it'll be something that's like, this is what I remember funny being. Okay. So it's still there somewhere. It's locked away inside their minds. But yeah, we're just waiting for Karen Reed. So today, the main thrust of the day so far is this medical examiner. The state brought her up. She's refused to say that getting hit by the car is the cause of death. What she's got is hypothermia, and then I think is it the laceration and the hypothermia? Like that's what the cause of death is, basically. Do we have a community Discord? Well, I had one, and then it got really awkward for a while, so I shut it down. Well, I don't know if I shut it down. I divorced myself from that community Discord, and I have nothing to do with it now if it's still there. But it might still be there in some form or another. Discords are weird. Discord is weird, too. All of it. It's all... And like where people end up on their social media habits is so strange for me. But I think it's personality based in some ways. For me, Twitter is one of the funniest things that's ever been invented. So the fact that it's basically free is great. But that works for me the most, I guess, because that's how I am able to. I don't know. You're always trying to get your show out there. Like the show is. This is where I interact with people the most. And I also think the most effectively. So the rest is about getting people here to watch and hang out and chat, super tip and all that stuff. And Twitter seems to be the best at that for me. Like I don't look that good in a bikini yet. And so I don't have like my Instagram isn't effective at advertising the show very well. Maybe it should be. Maybe it should be better. You five boys know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, their sense of humor is strange. Be like, look, and then they'll tell you for like 40 minutes about some story, like a plot line of whatever they're watching. You're like, what is this? This sounds really incredible. You're like, is this on Netflix? And they're like, no, it's a YouTube thing. And they used Minecraft figures to make it. They did? Oh, okay. All right. It's like, here was hoping for something new to watch, and I don't want to watch that. So anyway, complementary strengths and weaknesses. We are not the same. Men aren't looking for a partner that has their same strengths. Women excel where we don't. Embrace it and stop trying to be us. I don't know if you're a dude or a chick who said that, but I agree. Kurt's Discord can be a shit show sometimes. Everybody's Discord. That's the rule of Discord. It's like Discord has some, like, if you have a good Discord server, it should make you question your humanity. Like, I really shouldn't open this. I shouldn't open this at all. Someone's going to like kick a door down or something. There's going to be a fire somewhere. That's just part of the platform. Your kid who is 17 does nothing but doom scroll fantasy, sci-fi, and law memes. Hello. Me too, a lot of times. Oh, gosh. Marty says maturity in hobby is realizing no one wants to hear about your D&D character. Excuse me. My Death Domain Hexblade cleric would beg to differ. I'm just kidding. I don't know if that would even be good anymore. I always half want to play D&D, and then I'm like, I don't. It takes so much time. And you're sitting there for like 4 hours. It's like, oh, we did 3 fights. Cool. Occupant 42 says, how is threatening to kill someone not free speech? That's a really good question. Because conceptually it is, right? But if we take, we'll call it the philosophy of law, and we apply it to a genuine, or what's called a true threat. And this is how the First Amendment has dealt with death threats, is that it has to be a true threat. We go, we say that an assault on someone is a use of something, even if it's your physical body, to cause a fear, trepidation, or intimidation in a person that we've decided that once it gets to a certain level, that merits it being a crime, a criminal act, and also one that merits civil action. If it interferes with your ability to live, for example. The reason we do that with someone who is standing over you with their fist balled, like you're going to get, like they're trying to make you terrified, even if they don't hit you. And importantly, like for an assault, they would not hit you, right? Like, so that's the common law assault concept, is that there's no physical contact made. That would be a battery if there was. But it doesn't matter, because the damage being done to the person is the stripping of their ability to quietly enjoy their life. So putting them through like an emotional distress or fear, which we've decided is real harm. And I agree that emotional distress is real harm. So if you can do that by balling up your fists and standing near someone, why can't you do that with words, is the question. What about speech protection makes words magic and balling up your fists not? And when you're making a death threat or a true threat that is not First Amendment protected, it's not like, well, these are just words and the other one isn't. They're words with the intention of conveying an actual threat of serious bodily injury or death. You want the speaker wants the person to believe. Whether the person believes or not is a different question, but they want the person to believe that they are in mortal danger. And when you make someone believe they're in mortal danger, you cause emotional damage to them. You cause, an inability for them to live out their lives quietly. And we've recognized that as something that people have a right to do. And when you interfere with that right with your hands, that is unacceptable. Without touching them, mind you, just the act of, if they believe that you'll kill them with your fist or holding up a knife, then why would words not be treated the same? So there you go. Brian Cohenberger, I think it's Kohlberger, isn't it? Case is beginning. Isn't it August? It's beginning in August, I thought. But yeah, the point is, a death threat is designed to put someone to strip away their rights. And at the end of the day, that's how most common law crimes and civil actions arise. It's a conflict of rights in which one person oversteps. They overstep the right in an inappropriate way, and then the court comes in to rectify that and to return the exercise of the right or the exploitation of the right to the proper rights holder. Blue Tiger says, I know you've been busy, but have you had a chance to get back to 40K painting? No, I have not. I have not. Susan says, Danny, you should be up there with Nick on his panel. If Danny would like to join, I'll send her the link. She's welcome to it. We can talk about this case. I know she's been watching it on her channel. I recommended you guys check her out while I was on vacation. She's cool. Cool stuff. Very cool. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. Danny, what was up with those text messages? with Higgins? Holy crap. Higgins and Karen Reed's text messages were, I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. I'm fun. What about when we can read minds? Will it be illegal to think about killing someone? You just got to be creative with it.
Your Honor, I would like to object to my own argument.
Yes.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never assault me is a time-honored tradition.
Yeah, but everybody who said that knows that words do hurt them. That's why they said it. It's like, no, words won't hurt me. Like they already did. Higgins is definitely not a good pilot. Never lands the plane. It was so funny. I still don't know how to interpret all that. Like it was a lot for me. It was all the texting I could take. Read some of the texts with Danny. I'll be Karen Reed. Get over here now and have this drink. Open the gates. I can't. Oh. It was like the old creepy text theater. I'm still stuck on him saying nuts with a Z twice in that conversation. It's like, then you kick me in the nuts with a Z. Why did you put it? You're 50. Why is there a Z on that nuts? Oh my gosh. It was the reader? No, it was he wrote him in there. His every time he had nuts, it had a Z on it. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would it be if your cell phone was image? It's all just pictures of me. That's all it is. There's nothing else on there. Like, just pictures of me all day. Did I bang? Did I bang me? Did he bang her? Stop. Oh, I just saw a closed caption on here, so I think we might be back in court really soon. As a reminder, of course, I'm trying to get everybody to, while I appreciate Rumble Rants and Super Chats very, very much and love them, I'm trying to get everybody to try out the Super Tip system. Just the tip. See how it works out for you. But it's supertip.gg/RL. You can find it at the top pinned chat on both Rumble and YouTube. It's really easy to do, and you don't have to, like, there's no extra steps really. But you have an option to use, I think there's currently 25 AI voices, and we have more on the way all the time. So that's a lot of carefully coded speech. Wait, what? Blue Varro says we don't need to see you. We don't need to see your news. We don't need to see your nudes. We don't need to see your nudes.
Enter your.
All right, so I'm told you want to see me. I'll see you at sidebar.
Followed by.
Oh my gosh, immediately back to the sidebar. You tried Super Tip, but it wanted full access to your Google account. Well, no, it needs certain permissions from your Google account if you want to use your Google account, but you thankfully don't have to. There are two different ways in which you can go ahead and purchase a Super Tip that don't involve your Google account at all. Walk you through the super tip process sometime? Okay. I could do that. This Bev can't decide if these people are supposed to be at sidebar. Like, just it's like, I'll give them all the sidebar they can handle. Oh my gosh. Every time they just come right back from break and it's straight to sidebar, straight to sidebar, straight to sidebar. Wait, your speech to text had a spasm. Wait, that was an accident? Oh my God. I thought that was just an excellently executed, like descent into madness comment. It was perfect. That was funny. Boys/men challenge one another all the time. Touch me, I'll stab you in the heart is more clear. Well, I mean, yeah. When I read that, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I saw Boys to Men. I'm not going to sing Boys to Men. Sorry. Some of you might have been waiting for me to butcher that, but I'm not. I'm not going to do it. Do you think Bev has done anything to warrant an appeal? Yes, I do. I think her preventing the inclusion of the Maryland court decision under Rule 39 was a reversible mistake. I think that was. And then there's a bunch of objections and rulings that I don't think individually specifically ruin things, but like just the one we had with the medical examiner where he wasn't allowed to follow up that line of questioning. It's like, why? Dang it. Oh, that stupid song stuck in my head now. Rule 39 is what? Rule 39 is a rule that just says that if there's an order or finding in another state court, then it is authenticated and shall be accepted as evidence in the court, because courts are the states each promise to honor the writs and orders of other states. The All Writs Act or the All Writs Clause, I think, of the Constitution. So maybe I think that's the one. I might have gotten it wrong on the labeling, but I'm not wrong on what it is. And is that if there's a state court order, then it's presumed valid in every state. They don't just get to say, well, Maryland was dumb on its own law. No, Maryland is presumably competent about its own law.
You are unmuted.
Therefore, if there's an order that exists, it should be able to be entered as evidence. And the language of the rule says it shall be entered as evidence, and Bev still said no. Did the judge call the defense an asshole yesterday? I hope so. That's dramatic. Are there any cases where cops got jail time for screwing up on botched evidence collection just in general? Yes, there are. There are cases where, I mean, cops eventually get tagged on this stuff when it gets really bad. It used to be they got tagged on getting evidence by beating it out of people inappropriately. The problem with doing that, and part of the reason why courts don't like to do it so much, is because it puts all of their cases in jeopardy, all of their recent ones anyway. And that shouldn't matter, right? Like, that shouldn't be a consideration. It shouldn't be like, well, we're going to have to fight all these other cases because this was the investigator. And if he did a crappy job here, they're going to argue he did a crappy job there, and they'll want to reopen it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Too bad. Too bad. Maybe just do a good job. Mr. Gixer. New earworm. Mana, do. What is that? I don't know what that. I have no idea what that is. What's your favorite 40K book series and why is it Eisenhorn? Because the Yellow King is coming. Is it Valdor? Is it Dorn? Who's the Yellow King? Help me out, Niels. Who is he? Where is the third book? Come on, Abnett. This sounds like dork stuff. It is. We'll properly chastise ourselves later. Do they even have court? Like, I don't even know. I don't know if they do that anymore. I think they're all just getting together, hanging out, inviting each other over for drinks so they can hook up. You've been singing Borderlines? That Madonna? I've been singing My Fault by Shabuzi and Sober by Tyler Posey.
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Squirty Bello, and welcome back.
Dr. Squirty Below.
I want to move.
What's the temperature? Squirty Below.
Slightly different
Gross.
aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So, you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally the diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, to just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Leslie.
HISTOPAT.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to spell anything. OG.
So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis. Is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's PARENCHYMAL, hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances that was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's
What's up, Ellie?
a bulleted
I'll
one
play your
sentence that
tip
says
in a minute.
gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And
What was my boy eating? Just
second
liquor.
sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry,
Rephrase it.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall.
Do you recall it?
I don't have it in front of me.
Do you recall it? Yes or no?
But I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that
Sure.
might refresh your recollection on what that a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. May I approve?
So Alessi is loud because he's basically deaf. We should know that by now. It's still funnier to imagine different reasons why he's yelling at everybody.
Yeah, Coach.
Yep, just show Mr. Brennan. Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you just that section up to here. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Come on. Say the words. He didn't die from the car. He died from Bev Canone. Solved it. Matlock.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard
Dr.
to
Scordi-Bello.
the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with
I'm auditioning for Pitch Perfect 4.
adult
Yes,
male
at
that
all
was
times.
found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to
The deafness or the loudness.
the
Taking in the
decedent was
problem.
walking to a house.
He
There was
yelled out his own hearing.
there was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain. Jurors disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Russ.
Move on.
With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about.
Diagnose him getting beat to
before,
death by a bunch of people. No,
based upon
let's move on from
your
that.
refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to.
Why? Why are you objecting?
initially no.
Tux Live says, haha, got it in.
Let's go to.
You know who didn't say that? Brian Higgins.
Significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach.
If Higgins would have had sex with Karen Reed,
Is it correct that the
O'Keefe would be
hemorrhaging
alive
of the
right now.
pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before
She
the
was
grand
unimpressed?
jury,
No.
you yourself
You could have seen this coming.
were evaluating whether the
Had a lot of fun.
injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
All right, I'll see you at 10.
Man, Alessi is just trying. He's like, if I just poke and prod, I can get her to say that he definitely didn't die from a car. He probably died from a bunch of Irish fists. Speaking of Irish fists,
Howdy, Nick. This is my first ever AI voice super tip. I'm a little nervous. You KILLED at Hackamania.
Thank you.
And karaoke at Hackamania.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron is a boob. This is Ellie. This is boxing.
This
Keep FUCKING going, my dude.
This is Ellie. This is boxing. That was really dramatic. I loved it. Thank you. Ellie was really cool. I sat next to her and her dude at whatchamacallit, at Hackamania. Because like Melton didn't book me a hotel room and he didn't give me a chair either. I don't know what happened to the live stream here. It just decided to circle on me. So give me a second. You lollipops. I refreshed it. Okay, here we go. That fixed it. Thanks, YouTube. Make up your mind on what. I don't actually know what's happening. Oh, there it goes. Well, we'll just go to this one. You are watching Court TV. Give me a full screen. What is wrong with you? What was C. Goody's cause of death? I don't know. I mean, if I had to guess based on the obituary, I would assume that it was drugs related, but I don't know that. Do you think Melton thought I would cancel, or was he snubbing me on purpose? No, I didn't know if I could go up until just right, but like just a little bit ago. And so I told him like, he's like, yeah, I don't know if I should buy your hotel room yet until we're sure you're going to go. And I was like, yeah, of course. There we go. Finally. Then I think he just told him, hey, I'll be there. And then he forgot to book the hotel room. So standing around a hotel lobby like some sort of homeless man. Oh yeah, C. Goody died January 28th. I didn't know until the other day. Someone brought it up in chat, and then a couple of us went to confirm it, and it appears to be him. So that really sucks. I didn't know this. I at the time, well, I didn't know he was going to die, but I believe I spoke to him. It might have been within a week of him passing. And he was very excited for me to come back. And he's like, is there anything I can do to help out? Like, do you want me to go make fun of people in chat rooms or whatever? And I was like, I don't know, man, because I was still very bummed. And I wasn't really I wasn't ready to come back yet, but he was being a bro and offering a bunch of ideas on how like things I could do, things he could do, et cetera, et cetera. And then I never talked to him again. I didn't think anything of it. I didn't talk to him all the time or anything. Like I would talk to him on streams and stuff like that, but I would never or not talk to him often, offline. And so it wasn't weird to me that I hadn't spoken with him in a while. So that really sucks. Espresso D says, can enough harmless errors on a judge's rulings all favor the state, a cumulative into an effective appeal? I mean, if it's all, well, they're not harmless errors. If they're harmless errors, then no. They have to be errors that prejudice the defendant's ability to raise an acceptable or a full defense.
At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment,
the audio
temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
Yes.
Oh shit! I don't have it pulled up.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Because I could hear it,
Correct.
so I was like, oh, it's
Hemorrhaging
fine.
of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Oh, the audio is not
Lucas
great
machines
here.
can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the
Lucas
first
machine is actually just
responders
a
came
guy.
to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so. Yeah.
So when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In
Where-
the stomach? In
wherever
the
it's
pancreas? Would
used?
you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick
Talk
the
about
pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would
Get out of his
expect some
pancreas.
degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
Eat that pancreas.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
It's an interesting way to
And
do
now
this.
let's move to, and
You're saying
there
it's
was
possible, but
evidence
not
of
here.
hemorrhaging in the
Not
pancreas of
now.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach.
It's gonna say,
Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
Let's
So
use-
your personal experience
coming
is
from
you
the
don't
back,
believe you've
so to
seen
speak,
that,
with these
but
questions.
you
It's really
can't
good.
rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right?
He's
You're
gonna have her
talking
say
about
that
the
it's all
gastric
possible,
muci.
but not here.
Talking about the
Didn't
inner
happen
lining of
here.
the
Inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay.
Do you pull out your own hair? I do. But only to yell at it. But I can't hear it.
So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do
No.
consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues, but in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine can cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I'd prepare to give
ahead.
it. Thank you. Wishnewski. So,
Schnoozy or whatever.
can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on. Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it. Yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you.
Man, they do not want him to be able to ask
There
this
were
medical
no
examiner how he
Wisniewski's
died.
ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are, the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, your honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but it's sidebar, right?
Sidebar.
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay.
Start with that.
What number?
Your honor,
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes.
It is
Pardon me?
It's NN right down.
And I'd like to move NN into evidence at this time.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, your honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, your honor.
Okay.
Hey guys, check this out real quick. So this is Alessi's stepdaughter, Chloe. I said he's up there killing it. Tell him thanks for doing what he does. He's a fan of yours too. Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, Alessi? Get it.
Please feel free to look at either one. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. Dr. Scorti-Bello, do you recognize 164 as well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface, is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rouille before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right. So those are what
this
you
evidence
just
is available
showed. There's
somewhere.
darker areas. There's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor,
Yes.
for the chalk. With your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scorti-Bello the chalk that's marked for identification?
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach, again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Just hold for these, sorry.
Woo! Woo!
Can we take a break?
The
Yes.
whistles go woo!
Yes. Rise for the jury.
Juror has to take a dump. And fast.
Jurors, right this way, please.
The whistles go woo! Every time.
I'll see consulate sidebar, please.
Good. I'll see consulate's eyeball. None of these people can talk. So the closed captioning is always hilarious. I love that. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. I'm fun. I'm a lot of fun. I'm so much fun. I'm all the fun you can handle.
We need Dr. Squirty Butthole to do an autopsy on Higgins Beachside Bang Stick to determine if it fell off from hypothermia or blunt force trauma.
Did they bang? Did they bang? I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. You just got some spicy energy rain inferno dragon. What the hell is that? Oh man, I'm all pumped that Alessi's a fan. That's cool. It's weird because when you find out that you're just a guy like watching something on your show, and you find out that these legal teams, and it makes sense, of course, but that they monitor it to some extent and they watch. You always hope that they don't like get too offended if you make a joke or something about them, and or get too like affected or pissed off if you say something like when Mark Richards says to turn off his phone because he got like 10,000 text messages that said object. Like that's funny, but it's always interesting to see that and to hear the lawyers who are out there like really like these guys are practicing under pressure, man. Everybody's watching this, and they're taking the case pro bono, so they're not filling billables. They're doing a lot of work for a lot of money, and they're not charging anything. That's amazing. I mean, that's the type of stuff that it's what Randazza said. It's like, well, you're paying for this. Like my other clients, the clients who have their cases, they pay for these cases that need to be done but can't. And I think all of Karen Reed's legal team, and this is something that's kind of inspirational about the story, is that they're all here on the second case, and they're all here pro bono from what they said. It's like they know they couldn't get any money out of her anyway, but it doesn't matter, right? Like they've promised. So someone comes up and says, I'm here, Karen Reed, here's $15 million because I believe in you, and then dies or whatever, and then pays estate taxes and then goes through probate. And eventually she gets her money she doesn't have to turn it over to these lawyers, right? Like they said, no, we'll do it because it needs to be done. It should be done. The interest of justice and matters. And you'll find that occasionally there's a lot of lawyers out there who they don't believe in their field and what it means in some ways. It becomes a job, it becomes whatever. And me too. Don't give me that. Not that I didn't like practice long enough to get into this aspect of everything becoming mundane. I cared a lot, but I wasn't out there like, I'm going to go fight the constitutional law fight and do this stuff. I wasn't in that place to do that. And so the guys who do and who go, no, there's something wrong and I'm actually equipped to fight it in a way that nobody I know is like, and that's like a guy like Alan Jackson, right? He's like, no, I know how to fight this. I'm going, let's go. Grab my axe. And they're like, sir, you don't have one. Okay. let's get in the car and let's get in the Uber and go to the airport. We're going to Massachusetts. But then they go do it. And I mean, to some extent, of course, it'll be great advertising for them as lawyers, but it doesn't matter because they could do great advertising in a whole bunch of ways that make them money. And this way they're doing it for someone who really needs it. So that's cool. It's really cool to see like those people go, oh, hey, yeah, like I like your stuff too. Like I like when you like make fun of me a little bit, but also like what I say. You're welcome. You're welcome. You feel bad for the jury. This is so boring. They need Proctor to get up there and entertain. No, the jury all got to have their sexual fantasies fulfilled because they got to look at the dead guy pictures. So they're okay. That was gross. I'm sorry. That wasn't true, jury. Don't put me in prison. This is like using pop versus soda. What is? What I mean is, can she file a civil suit? I know that Paul O'Keefe, the family have, she's the one in the civil suit. She's got the wrongful death suit. And frankly, she also has to be really careful about how she does these trials because of that. Because the wrong admission in the civil suit, even if it's to save or preserve the credibility of something in the criminal suit, the wrong admission of evidence. I don't mean admission that like she makes. I mean the admission of evidence in her criminal case could be something that could carry into the civil suit but she's already cleaned out. What are they going to take somehow? Like she may have a house or something. Who knows? But of course, she's at risk. OJ famously lost his wrongful death suit, even though he beat the murder charge. It's a difference in standards of proof. Criminal cases have to be proven beyond any reasonable doubt. Civil cases typically are by a preponderance of the evidence. Well, that's 51%. That's just more likely than not by any amount. That's not much. It's like, is it more likely than not that she hit him and killed him in some way? I don't think so, but it's way easier to prove that than beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's way easier to prove that for a wrongful death case than an intentional killing. You know, that's a big part of this, is that even if they prove that he was hit or struck by the car, they have to prove her malicious intent, or they have to prove that she was sufficiently intoxicated to fill the other elements of the crime. That's the mens rea element of the crime. We didn't get into the mens rea element of the order in Mark's case, which is pretty interesting. I forgot to ask him about that. Our time was so short and he didn't bring it up. It's just his fault, really, as the interviewee. Very, very novice of him. Not really well practiced. I'm just kidding. But the mens rea element is the criminal or depraved mind that's required for, it's supposed to be required for all criminal law. And it's almost everything has that. You have to intend to do wrong, typically, or have a mindset that is so indifferent to the concept of doing wrong that you act recklessly and do wrong. You know, that type of thing. But in the civil case, you don't need a mens rea. She doesn't need a motive to hit him. She doesn't need a criminal mindset. She doesn't need She doesn't need any reasoning or effort. She could just have hit him and caused his death through her negligence, which would be if you hit someone on a road while you're in a car, it's almost like it's a presumption of negligence. Like, because you're not supposed to do that. And it's not supposed to happen. So if you do it, you're presumably negligent. And so then once they establish the negligence where they establish that she did strike him with the car and that the striking of the car is approximate cause of death, then you've got the wrongful death case. Way different than a criminal action where they would have to prove again that she either wanted to or was so intoxicated that it caused it. Hold on. Anyway, close to $1 million has been raised in the current fundraiser for legal fees. I have heard she's $5 million in debt already. And it's not enough. If you think about it, let's say they go 6 weeks at trial minus, we'll take it 4 days. So 26 days. You got 4 attorneys at the table. Each of those attorneys got to be $600 an hour or more. Maybe $1,200 an hour. Average it out. We'll say 4 attorneys at $700 an hour, maybe. Let's do that. I don't know if that's right. 700 times 4, $2,800 an hour. We'll just say 7-hour days, which isn't right. $20,000 a day in court plus anything out of court. Then what? Yeah. So times 26. I think we said 4 days off. $500,000. That's court time. It's just a court time for her legal team. And that's not including, there's a bunch of assistants and researchers, paralegals in that room. Aren't they doing this one free? Yes. Yes. That's important. That's what we're talking about, though. Like, if it wasn't free, the amount it takes to run a case like this is insane. Like, you can't do it. D. Watt says, nighttime stream with Kirsch, Foxu, VTuber, and how Vice tried to cancel her. Kirsch hates me, apparently. I didn't even know who Kirsch was. Well, I say hate, but doesn't like me. Calls me a degenerate for some reason. I'm not sure. And apparently warned Pippa about me. Although I figure like Pippa probably had encountered me before Kirsch ever did. So I don't know. Very weird thing. But it was like someone was saying I was taking Vice's side in Kirsch versus Vice. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. And I would not take Vice's side. I don't know. Like, I don't know what a Kirsch is, and I don't know what their fight is, but I know that I default away from Vice magazine. Kirsch hates Nick because of Camelot. That was such a funny joke. Oh my gosh. He said, I'm just hanging out with not Pippa, and it wasn't Pippa. That was the whole point of the joke, was that it was not Pippa at all. I thought that was very funny. I have a different sense of humor. I hear Barb like just laughing maniacally on the court microphone. Turn up your volume, you can listen. I don't know. I can hear stuff, but it's so quiet. I don't want to sit and hear it anyway. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. Let's have some fun. Oh, yeah? Really glad you guys are here. Like, are you sure that you want to be here? What do you guys want to do? You want to stream? I'll give you all the stream you can handle. Hmm. Kirsch also didn't like Nick describing all VTubers as 300-pound heifers. Well, prove me wrong. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. Very self-conscious. You still think they smashed? I don't know. I don't know if I'm with that. Like, I can't imagine that guy doing anything. I feel like he just sits on his couch and gives everybody the beach life they need.
They removed the fat man's voice. I will drown my anger in nitrous BC.
Wow.
I can't get the same feeling from being consensually pegged by Aaron.
Can't get the same feeling. Not at all. That is true. What about non-consensually pegged? Would that be the same feeling too? I don't know. I can't fight this feeling any longer. Yet I'm still afraid to let it flow. I should stop singing that song. That doesn't make sense there. Stop pegging non-consensually, Aaron. Not a good thing. Maybe Mr. Medicare can put in a good word. You think Alan Jackson and Karen are hooking up? It's been a few pictures of them kind of cuddly leak out. I just think they're affectionate because he's the guy defending her right now. I doubt that there's anything improper going on. Seethe harder. I can't. I'm out of seethe. The photo has been proven to be photoshopped. It doesn't make any sense. First of all, it's a high profile case. I know that one guy did it, right? Letitia James and whoever that other guy, I think it was Letitia James, down in Fatlanta. Where she's like, I'm going to hire my boyfriend. It's going to be awesome. That's a good plan, especially when someone else is paying him, isn't it? So you're saying Karen is doing a cuddle puddle? No. Well, she kind of wanted to do like I don't know. She implied that she and John like to hang out with single people, like single dudes, it seemed. I don't know. Maybe they invited single girls over too. The only evidence we had was them while she was talking to Higgins. Higgins got an invite from John. She's like, we like hanging out with single people. We like hanging out with single people. We're single. Oh, Fannie Willis. That was Fannie Willis. Yeah, and she got her office kicked off the case. Who did I say? What name did that come from? Letitia James. That was the New York prosecutor. That's what that was. Who went after Trump. My bad. My bad.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Sometimes I get weird tweet replies.
Dr. Squirty Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification. as
Dr.
NN,
Squirty Bello.
And you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? You can sort of start over to reorient. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence. I object to agree as a child. I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public, a chalk
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence?
It is not.
It's marked for identification?
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scorti-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Cool. So they can't publish the gastric mucosa of someone else, just O'Keefe's. Because
isn't it correct, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that there are
will be in their minds
much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that
you best step correct
for hypothermia in the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
We need a tier list. Show me where John S tier Wisniewski.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10 and 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia, let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the decedent, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were
Do you know
in
what the weather
Canton, New
conditions
York?
were?
On the early morning? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York.
No, I don't know where
I
Canton
apologize.
in Canton, New York either.
Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29th, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2023?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusting winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusting winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill,
Objection,
doesn't
he's
the
not a
phenomenon
meteorologist.
of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature in a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill.
What do you mean has a
Wind
physical
chill
effect on the
also
body?
cause greater effects than if there was no wind.
Yes.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Squirty-Bello, now that you have gone through this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And
Boom. That's a
elaborate
big problem.
what you mean by no
There's
evidence
no
of an
evidence of an
impact site?
impact.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What? Why?
What do you mean in your answer no evidence of impact injuries.
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct?
Got them coon eyes. Don't say it that way.
Ecchymosis doesn't
That's
cause
illegal.
a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct. Doesn't cause laceration anywhere.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Oh,
Do you
shit.
believe the eyelid laceration was caused by
Okay.
a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your
Every
honor's
time I hear
permission,
is
publish
Mr.
which
Woke.
is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid.
Man, I'm hungry or thirsty.
And Dr. Scorti-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me read. that injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor.
The sirens piss you off more when you realize that they set up a free, like a free speech buffer zone around the courthouse.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Right. So silencing their critics, but doing that constantly. Do we hear that at all during the state?
I obviously assumed that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly lay the foundation of it. Dr. Scordi-Bello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
Yay.
65.
Thank you.
Now you're at home, you can't just run and get something to drink. I don't like to leave the stream.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, I placed
probably
before you
will
what
in
is
a
in evidence
second.
now is 165, and Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf
I
publish
also like to
165?
combine it with
Thank
a
you,
bathroom
Mr. Wolf.
break because otherwise I'll have to get up again.
So,
I'm tired of drinking
Dr.
soda.
Scordi-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Could be
Just-
consistent.
So sparkling water in cans. Yeah, I just don't have any here.
If we could, Mr. Woke, have the laceration to the
I think I have some apple juice and some cranberry juice, some milk. I have some liquid IV.
I'm sorry, hold off on a moment.
I gotta find my shaker bottle or a different one.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate this going.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
She just cuts him off all the time. Like he's just saying
166.
stipulate. She does not want to hear it. It's subtle things like that that are really annoying. Like she does not want to hear from the defense team.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolf, publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to
So Squadron Leader Smith there in the chat, are you local to the area? Or I mean, Your name implies that you are involved in civic service, which is awesome. Thank you very much for that. Are you local to the Canton area, or are you just commenting based on your own experiences? I'm just curious. I don't have any hostility towards you or anything. I can see how they would do it, and your experience is going to be way different and more informed than mine.
Yes.
But I'm just curious if you're like from there or if you're speaking out, like from anywhere else. You'll go with Occam's razor. You don't think Occam's razor supports the idea that every time that the defense starts cross-examination of a witness, that they can run a loud siren by the courthouse?
I'm going to do the same thing if I may, Dr. Stortybello. I'm going to leave
It's just
these
happening that way incidentally and not during the state testimony. I mean,
best allow you to answer the question.
To me, Occam's razor would.
Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf
They could
publish
easily
those
run
two?
an emergency vehicle by the courthouse and run a siren through. Once they get a little radio call that just says, "Hey, Alessi's up there now." Takes a couple minutes. They show up.
With regard to what is
not out of
on the
That's
screen,
not out of school for.
Am I correct that you
For a possibility.
noted these injuries and these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those
That's a big
injuries consistent with
glass
a dog bite?
Objection. Why?
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
And unreal.
Can you identify any
Tell me what that looks
cause
like.
of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Objection.
So can you answer that, doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or a hoodie, didn't make its way to?
No.
It was an ROUS.
You were unable
Looks
to
like Wesley's
reach a
shoulder.
determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustain.
That was
You
funny.
were not able to reach a determination.
You got
as to
reasonable
the
doubt?
manner of
You got
death
some reasonable doubt to hand out?
of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed. Okay.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Squirty Bello.
You're welcome.
Squirty below.
Leslie, Mr. Brennan?
Anything else, Brennan? Redirect. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
4, 5,
At
6.
this point, more than 1,200.
Why do so many people die around you?
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person
Not if the
comes
party was
directly
cool.
from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is 2.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on.
Objection, Your Honor.
Or ask it.
I like how his tone changes when it's like, he just asked
You were
this.
asked questions about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question.
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay. I can approach. Ask you to take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that. Have the witness look at it and go.
Were you asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
God.
The rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Wow.
Could you share with us the rest?
Do you now remember there was more to your answer? God.
Objection, Your Honor.
Without reading it, turn it over, turn the paper over.
Hank is such a dick.
Ask the appropriate questions to him.
Do you remember
Alessi's
the
on
part that was
top of it,
left
though.
out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement? To the
When
grand
are you
jury?
going to make a move on?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of
No.
the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
You were shown a photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
It would be a log, yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Lesson.
Part of the end report. Take a look at your
Your Honor,
What's up?
if we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a
Can you do it?
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay. If you need my help, let me know. But give it a shot.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is,
98 degrees.
so there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
You know, you're
Body temperature.
a
Yes.
different guy for that.
No, it's within the scope. Let's see if she said.
It is? How's that within the scope? That wasn't raised on cross.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
Yeah.
You were asked if there's any signs
It's
of
colder.
frostbite.
You
There
get
was
cold
no
faster. There you go.
type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
What?
Sustained. Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had
So I have a
spots on them.
walk-in freezer?
Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw on that chalk?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
From your file? From your file?
Police
Not from
report,
my
is that
file.
police
Your
report
file?
considered?
amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
Oh my gosh.
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I would have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay.
And in the witness another document.
Let us mark it.
Oh, sorry, let me have that back.
Yeah.
2Q for identification.
Thank you. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
By the way, Stalin19 already clipped my interview with
Yes.
Randazza. Damn.
Is that another report to be considered?
Johnny on
Yes.
the spot.
How many lines
Ryan,
is that
take
report?
notes.
5.
Don't let the communists win, Ryan.
Move to have this marked for identification.
Stalin, are you a communist? I don't know.
Thank you.
Exhibit RR for identification.
What if it was the hard R
Yes.
for
I'm gonna go
identification?
back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory.
Mhm.
I'm gonna hand you the document. I'm not gonna ask you to read it aloud. I'm just gonna ask you to look at it.
Kind of steals the thunder of me posting my own interview, though. Thanks, Stalin.
Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
That's okay. I'll post my own version of it with some extra commentary. Fuck that guy.
Are you part of the criminal
What is
investigation?
Stalin is, Ryan? No, Stalin works.
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were never, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th.
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant
I'm going to allow it.
said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin
McLaughlin.
who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant?
This is the strategy.
Well, to Miss McCabe, that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, our may we approach, please, briefly.
Okay. Thank you.
Telling you this is the state's entire case now. It is the admissions of Karen Reed. That's their case. And they're focusing on it. And I think they're doing a good job. They don't care about the facts. You have to understand that. The facts don't matter. They just need the facts to fill off the element card of each offense. That's it. That's what they need each expert for. And then let the experts survive through cross-examination and then bring them up on redirect and ask them about her statements. That's good. Get any mention of those statements in there. Associate Karen Reed with the statements, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Brilliant lawyering. Shitty that the state's doing it because,
Nick admitted he is seething. Another spin for the toe.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm seething hard.
Please do stop making so many objections. On appeal, I'm going to look horrifically biased when I stop the defense from making any points. I have to overrule some objections.
Objection. Kurt doesn't have a micropene.
Overruled, that is obviously fabricated and false testimony.
Objection.
So,
Kurt doesn't have a
jurors, I
micropene.
want to let you know that, like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements.
You don't
It's
even
coming
know
in
what this
so
instruction
that,
means in reference
as it
to what
goes
just
to
happened.
Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you.
The
At the
statement,
time
I hit him, I hit him, I
of
hit
your
him, is not
death
offered to
certificate that you
prove that she
filed,
did.
were you
Only that
informed
that's part
that
of her
a Jennifer
analysis.
McCabe had reported that the defendant said, did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
State of mind
Don't
testimony.
believe
There's
I
a
knew
hearsay
about Miss
exception.
McCabe.
Did you learn that Miss McCabe reported
This is
later
testimony.
that the defendant,
Objection.
while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him?
Objection.
You know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the
Later on
investigation
when? What does
regarding
later on mean?
alcohol consumption?
Yes,
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
All right,
About
it's bathroom
their-
time.
Their
I'll
observations?
be right back with a drink
Yes.
also. I need both.
Were you aware of
No.
an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead,
Yeah, I was given that information,
and the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes,
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight, she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Who cares if she was
Were you
informed
aware of
about text
statements
messages?
from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection. Mr.
That is,
President.
Your Honor. There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Could it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scorti-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken. Is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I hate the formality of the, if I show you the document, will it
I'm going
refresh
to
your
allow it. Is
recollection?
in connection with
Recollection.
alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead.
He's found another way in. Alcohol.
Yes.
Dr.
Sorry, I'm stirring up some
Dr. Scorti-Bello.
stirring up some noodles for a little one.
Yes. Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top, it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes,
And that medication is?
it's an antacid.
Right.
Was
So
an antacid.
omeprazole
He's dead
is
now.
The trade name of omeprazole, Pepsid?
I believe so.
And
Yes.
Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor.
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption?
It's possible.
There you go.
As opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Your
very
Honor.
much. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sidebar again? Oh my gosh. Constant. Well, we do have a couple of super tips to fill the time. Supertip.gg/RL is how you can check it out and see if you enjoy playing around with my voices as much as I do.
Free speech zone. This is Marika. The whole country is supposed to be a free speech zone. Suck this big black micro penis.
A big black micro penis.
It's crazy that people are made to believe the court system and prosecutors are meant for accountability and justice. Fuck those hoe ass courts.
I like this. Ask Nick. He is struggling to drink and eat. No, I'm not struggling. I'm not struggling at all with the drinking and the eating. I eat when I don't drink alcohol. I eat more. So I'm trying to not just constantly eat because, like, oh, I'll go make some more food. Working
He said
helps.
he'd be fun, a lot of fun. What he didn't say was that he was going to tell John, your girlfriend wants to be my girlfriend. She be calling me, telling me about you, how you ain't hitting it like you posed to hit it.
Well, he's a fun guy. He's a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. I'm tons of fun. Oh my goodness. That guy's so cool. More and more I think about it, I'm like, this guy knew how to do it. Just sit there and just keep him wanting more the whole time. So we have the medical.
All right, so yours, that is it for today.
All right.
I'm told that we
Yeah,
are
you
on
jerks.
schedule.
No one likes
So
you.
with that, I'm going to let you know a few minutes early, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Rest for the jury.
We'll just listen to the court round crackle in the background. Just the sounds of a wild courtroom. Here we see an overweight specimen. Call the Canone.
All right, so Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you.
Everyone will hear me.
I'll hear you, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get him, Alessi. Get her.
The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes. That
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they had associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where the this statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received
A week ago.
amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get it. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 11/62/2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor. It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 11/62/2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation, among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to
have a copy, have access to their report ahead of
evaluate
time,
that information
and then respond to it.
in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA, it's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffen's analysis. And Mr. Whiffen's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it. And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
All right. Do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACCA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just a quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you
Right.
have
So-
another
so-
option.
It's not what
I don't know what a theory is.
am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion and a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that.
I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't given what's been going on. I haven't even had a
Right.
chance to talk to ARCA at
All right,
all.
so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
all right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus
Clocks are different.
that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall, in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote.
Did the defense get that info blocked?
In the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means
His
if
phone
the
ran
extra
late.
data, the black box data
Come on, it should be thrown out for
as
that.
a
It's an
event
iPhone. It doesn't run
at
late.
12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32.
This is unreal.
Last user interaction 12:32:09. There is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the waves, he studied the Lexus black box.
No, it should be
relative
thrown
to
out.
The time doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned, from his opinion, is that
Smartphones aren't running their own clocks unless their battery, unless they're all access to antennas is gone.
the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief, or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
Case in chief, on my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambush, isn't something that we sat on. It was in
Remember how they-
fortunately received their expert report.
The defense wanted to send
Focus more closely.
to develop a report
Now we've identified that variance.
before their case even starts still and have it done, and it was done a week ago. And the state said it was ambush when it would be available like 2 weeks in. He's like, we want this
Yes.
now in the middle of the case, so it's not ambush.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within this reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first.
All right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
Yeah, I
Your
knew
Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded.
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were
Okay.
part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that I want to phrase this properly, efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled government's objection and has stated that it is going to allow the defense to proffer 2 expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had the time to review, to prepare, and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation.
Yeah, you do. And you didn't do it. You're trying to keep the defense from defending. That's crazy.
Massive amount of evidence.
Too bad.
Critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Weckler. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report until maybe May 7th. He did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th.
Oh, I didn't have a chance to look at it. That's too bad.
Amount of work, effort,
Judge, you ordered it by May 7th, and then they didn't respect that at all.
He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information.
Too bad. You could have hired them.
well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments.
Oh man, look at
This
that. Sounds
requires
terrible.
Not
The
only
state.
review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then comparing testimony.
Sorry, it's hard for the state.
Made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his.
Oh, has he? How could he do that? He didn't have time.
And some of those concerns
No way.
lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARPA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what would we like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now. So by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders.
It's not a violation.
And so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues.
Violation of a discovery
Going
order.
away of this expert
Stop defending yourself. You have a time limit on it.
Jury, the unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welch relies on Shannon Burgess' information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, his presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
Right. Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their 2 proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARPA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on.
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that. So
we're focusing just on the whole new information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of Aperture. ARCA did not come up with new
theories, approaches.
We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward.
Exactly.
And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture.
They made their report. Now Aperture's fighting on behalf of
time
the
period.
state.
Your
It's not
Honor
what
has
Aperture's supposed to do.
already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I
You
appreciate
needed
it.
it
All right. Thank you.
All right, so we'll get a decision on that later. This is just a continuation of the state trying to prevent ARCA's testimony. Goodbye. It's just crazy. Insane. Again, the state trying to outmaneuver a defendant like, oh, we're not going to beat you on facts and law and testimony. We're going to beat you on keeping your experts away. Something just a little bit unsettling about that to me. Anyway, court is done, so go away. Oh my. Looks like she's probably going to allow ARCA to testify, which of course she should. And yes, if there needs to be an accommodation because it's late added evidence, but it isn't. They provided the court. They provided the report on the 7th. It sounds like, as they promised. And of course, the state's like, well, I mean, our guy didn't get it on until the 9th, though. It's like, then why'd you care so much? Like, you didn't care that much. He didn't start working on it immediately. But yeah, if the state needs, I guess, some accommodation to address what's in the ARCA report, then they could take that, I suppose. So they could request ARCA to be the examinations to be done near the end of the defense's case. But if the defense's case is only a week and a half, as opposed to the, we'll be in the 5th week before the state's done. And the defense's case is only a week and a half. I mean, they're going to keep it tight already. And that's the right strategy. Don't drag this thing out. And they don't need to. They don't have a ton of witnesses on their side for facts. The facts are laid out by the state, and they're already there. So you don't really need to do them. What they need to do is get forensics that conflict with the state's forensics. They need their experts to come out and be more credible. They got a huge advantage, and I think the state's really scared because ARCA didn't testify at the last trial, did they? Right? Like the ARCA stuff came out after the last trial. Am I crazy? Or did ARCA? No, so ARCA did testify at the last one. Then what's their problem? Then I really can't see the state's problem. I thought the whole thing was that ARCA had all this new data and a new report, and that was the big deal. Which I guess they do in response to the state revising theirs. Well, the state's terrified of them testifying anyway. And I think the state's probably terrified that their testimony is going to be relatively consistent, although they have a new report. So, but they won't be talking about, I mean, I guess they could talk about the old report. But when they be cross-examined, it's going to be hard to impeach them if they have an entirely new report because, oh, well, didn't you have a different report last? Well, yeah, we had a different report last time, but we had a better chance to test things out. We're talking about this now. Our statements aren't inconsistent because we have new data. And that's threatening because the state's data is the old data on most of their experts. So they do get impeached on their testimony if they go away. They're locked in. So I think that's a problem. I think that's a problem the state perceives. I mean, I don't think it's an actual problem. Screw the state. I hope it's really hard for them to prosecute her and anybody else. Fuck the state of Massachusetts as far as prosecuting people. In general, I don't really care. I don't care that it's difficult. They wouldn't care to make it difficult for you. They'd happily make it difficult and then throw you in prison forever. If they lose, they just go to lunch. All right. Well, guys, I think we're done with testimony today. I'm going to get out of here, I think. I got a couple things I need to take care of before the close of business. And then yeah, I got to clip out that Mark Randazza interview, which I thought was good. It was a good interview. Anyway, so I'll clip that out and get that uploaded separately because I think it's really important. But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow for sure. I don't know. Again, I'm trying to not make any statements about stuff because I've wanted to do shows in the evenings or nights, and each time I get around to it, my nights have been absolutely jam-packed full of stuff I need to do around the house, and it's not really plausible. So I'll just keep I guess following on Twitter and locals, and anything I'm going to do I'll announce. Other than that, guys, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Hope you're having fun. Thanks for hanging out with me. Go find someone else to watch for the evening and enjoy your day. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet,